Chapter 198. Won't condone it next time what? Upon seeing this sight, the respectful Tian Long's body suddenly jolted, as though a mace had clubbed his head. What did Master Yuanyu just call him? Master? Who was Master Yuanyu? A true master physician, a person who was of equal standing as his grandfather, Elder Tian. No matter where he went, he was respected by everyone, and even Emperor Shinjue had to treat him with utmost respect. Even a genius like him who was known in his generation had to talk to him carefully for fear of offending him. For such a person, to run over to a fellow who was younger than him and respectfully address him as master? Furthermore, his attitude seemed as though he had met his idol. The hell, what was going on? More importantly, he had just said that Zhang Xian had no rights to be named master, and at the very next moment, Master Yuanyu came running over. This face slap. Tian Long felt his face warp in embarrassment, and there was a fiery sensation all over it. However, that wasn't the end of the incident. Initially, he thought that Master Yuanyu running over for the lad would leave the lad extremely honored and gleeful. Yet he only saw him frowning. Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Frowning? The hell are you frowning? Tian Long's mouth twitched. The other party was an elder, and saying that it had been long since they met was just basic pleasantries. Yet, this fellow pointed that out in public. Can't you speak properly? Initially, he thought that Master Yuanyu would fly into a rage, only to see him smack his forehead, as though he had only realized the fact now. Yes. More importantly, I have placed Master's painting in my room and admired it daily. The more I look at it, the more I feel that our levels are different. That's why I forgot that we had just met a few days ago. It's just a painting. There's nothing much to admire about it. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Really? Then I'll be truly grateful for your teaching then. Master Yuanyu became so excited his beard flew up along with his words. Putong. Tian Long staggered. He could almost see thunder rumbling around him. Yuanyu, aren't you a master? Why do you look like an elementary schooler at this moment? Learning from this lad? What the hell are you going to learn from him? Is he qualified for it? Unable to stand it any longer, he turned to look at Bai Sun. Master Zhang is a true master painter that even Master Lu Chun is impressed with. If he isn't worthy for the title of master, who else can be worthy of it? Bai Sun looked at him with glee and disdain. Trying to brag? I'll see what you have to say now. Acting so arrogantly previously, even telling him to know his place. You're the one who should know your place. Master painter? Only then did Tian Long recall that Master Yuanyu was not only a skilled physician, he was a talented painter as well. However, he couldn't understand what kind of standards a fellow who wasn't even 20 and had a terrible reputation in the academy could reach such that even a master painter like Yuanyu would be so impressed with him. Even though painting wasn't as popular to the way of tea, it was still one of the 9 paths, and it was difficult to achieve mastery in it. He might have just copied the drawing of some master and gained a slight bit of fame from it. Master should just be a respectful address for him. Otherwise, at his age, even if he had learned painting ever since he was born, it should be impossible for him to reach the level of a master. Painting was similar to tea-making in certain aspects, and as such, Tian Long understood the difficulty of the occupation. He had been studying the way of tea since he was 7, and it had been 18 years since then. Even so, he had only reached the 2nd level of the way of tea, essence restoration. In terms of apothecary ranking, he was equivalent to a high-level apprentice, but even so, he was still a significant distance away from officially joining the ranks of the occupation. Given the other party was younger than him, how could he have reached the level of master? Master was a title given to those who had officially entered the threshold of the occupation. For example, an official apothecary could be called a master apothecary. Only an official painter or someone who was capable of drawing a painting of the 4th level could be named such. For a fellow below 20 to draw a painting of the 4th level, this was like saying that he was able to brew a tea of the 4th level. What a joke. Regardless of whether Tian Long believed it or not, Master Yuanyu's action of greeting Zhang Xian had attracted the attention of many. Thus, Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. You should work first. If you really wish to learn painting from me, Feel free to look for me anytime. He was here just to visit the 3 master teachers to ask about the black aura over his body. He didn't wish to cause a big ruckus here. After all, a person should keep a low profile. If this fellow were to keep following him, how could Zhang Xian maintain a low profile? This didn't align with his goals at all. Yes, I'll head over there first then. When I have time, I'll look for Master Zhang to study from you. Master Yuanyu also knew that his identity was way too eye-catching, and that staying here would cause trouble for Zhang Xian. As such, he clasped his hands and left. Those who were skilled would be respected as masters. Even though the other party might be young, just his ability of being able to produce a painting of the 5th level made him worthy of respect and learning from. Overwhelmed with shock and embarrassment, Tianlong didn't really hear the conversation between the two. When he looked at Zhang Xin Laosher once more, not only was he not impressed with the other party, he was even angrier than before. It wasn't a secret that he liked Huang Yu, which was also the reason why he had been on bad terms with Bai Sun. Knowing that Huang Yu would come for his grandfather's birthday banquet, he specially learnt a tea brewing method to showcase to her. Yet, before he could even do so, he was humiliated before this fellow. He could be considered to have good self-control to stop himself from attacking him. Even if he isn't a true master, just by the fact that Master Yuanyu came over to greet him, he is unlikely to be ordinary. Even though he was infuriated, he didn't lose his cool. He calmly pondered on how he could embarrass the other party and regain his pride. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Right, they're here as well. I remember someone reporting to me back then. I was too busy waiting for Xiaoyu that I didn't get a chance to greet them. If I brought him over to them now, it should be interesting. At this point, he stepped forward and said, Zhang Laosher, I'm truly apologetic. I didn't know that you were skilled in painting, so do forgive me for my insolence. Even though he said this, there wasn't the slightest hint of sincerity in his tone. Facing this kind of hypocritical fellow, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his time with him. As a result, he casually waved it off. I'll drop it this time, but I won't condone it the next time. You. Despite his polite apology, the other party lectured him like a teacher disciplining his own student. Tianlong felt another stifled sensation in his chest, and he nearly burst into anger. Can't we talk normally? I've heard people say that those who are skilled in painting are all gentle and courteous, and their words tend to be wise and profound. Yet, this fellow could kill a person with his words. Is he truly a master painter? Nearly flying into a rage, he clenched his fist. The angrier he was, the more he knew he couldn't express it. A glint of cold intent gleamed through his eyes, but a smile remained on his face. Yes, I'll take note of it later. Since we don't know when Lu Shi and the others will come, why don't we head upstairs first? This way, we'll surely be able to see them when they arrive. If those familiar with Tianlong saw his current expression, they would immediately understand that someone was in for a ride of misfortune. Huang Yu hesitated as she turned to the young man beside her. Even though she was an assistant master teacher and possessed exceptional standing, Zhang Xian was considered by Master Lu Chun as a peer of his. Therefore, she dared not make a decision without asking for his approval. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Many people had noticed him when Master Yuanyu came over to greet him. To him, it was no difference waiting below or on top. In any case, he was likely here for the entire day, so there was nothing to hurry over. All right. Upon seeing Zhang Xian agree to it, Huang Yu turned to express her consent as well. Upon seeing this sight, Tianlong felt even more frenzied. He didn't know the relationship between Zhang Xian and Huang Yu, but seeing the two of them exchanging gazes here and there, seemingly intimate with one another, as though a couple, the strong envy he felt made his face twitch, and his rage was pushed further toward the limit. Guests were received at the second floor of the side hall. From here, the guests could drink a cup of tea while enjoying the scenery by the window. Guests could overlook the entire mountain mansion, which seemed like a massive garden of flowers. It was pleasing to the eye. Walking up the stairs, the party of 4 headed up. There were many seats on the second floor. Quite a few people were seated, sipping on tea and chatting casually. Those who were able to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet were all famous figures of Tianxian Kingdom, and every one of them had outstanding backgrounds. As such, a personal maid was attending to each and every one of them. It seemed like these maids were specially trained in the way of tea as well. Their movements were smooth, and it created a bizarrely beautiful sight. This way, Tian Long led the way at the front, scanning the surroundings while proceeding forward, as though looking for someone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stopped. "Brother Lu and Brother Wang, pardon me for not greeting you two earlier. I didn't know that you were here." Following his gaze, the others saw two people sitting at a table not too far away. They were the star teachers of Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun and Wang Chao. They had come for Elder Tian's birthday banquet today. "Tianlong, you are doing this intentionally, right?" Upon seeing this fellow bringing them here, how could Huang Yu not understand his intentions? Her face immediately sank. Everyone knew that Zhang Xin Laosher was going to face off with Lu Sun Laosher soon, and the two of them had a hostile relationship with one another. Clearly, the other party had ill intentions in mind bringing Zhang Xin to meet with Lu Sun. "Xiao Yu, what are you talking about? I just happened to meet with Brother Lu and Brother Wang here. Since we're here, why don't we sit down and drink some tea together? You can also try out my tea as well." Tian Long's lips curled upward as he sneaked a glance at Zhang Xin. "Kid, weren't you arrogant just now? Won't condone it the next time. Won't condone your head. Now that Lu Sun Laosher is here, let's see how you continue feigning as a master and an expert." Lu Sun and Wang Chao clearly didn't expect to meet Zhang Xian here. Wang Chao glanced at Tian Long and frowned. "Brother Tian, don't the guards check the invitation letter? This is Elder Tian's birthday banquet. Why does it seem as though anyone could get in easily?" Upon hearing those words, Tian Long nearly leapt with joy. He had heard that Wang Chong had an impatient nature. To think that it would turn out to be such a useful weapon now. He was still contemplating how to spark off the conflict between them when this guy immediately shot an arrow at Zhang Xian. Even though he was delighted, he still feigned that he was in a difficult position. They must have checked the invitation letter. "I invited Assistant Master Teacher Huang Yu, and by Xiao Wangya personally. As for this, Zhang Laosher, even though I wasn't the one who invited him, since he is their guest, I am not in a good position to say anything." "Guest? A low-level teacher can be invited as a guest for Elder Tian's birthday banquet as well?" Wang Chao sneered. Zhang Xian was merely a low-level teacher in the academy. In terms of social position, he truly wasn't qualified to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet. "Enough, Wang Chao." Lu Sun waved his hands, interrupting his friend's sarcastic remark. He glanced at Zhang Xian and said impassively, "I'm sorry, Zhang Laosher. Wang Chao tend to speak his mind, so he might appear a little rude. However, this truly isn't the place where you should be. You should return quickly so that Huang Yu Xiaojia won't be criticized because of you, and Hongtian Academy's reputation won't be tarnished." Chapter 199. "You must be Zhang Xian Laosher." "Lu Sun, what do you mean?" Hearing those words, Huang Yu could no longer hold herself back. "What do you mean by criticized? What do you mean by tarnish Hongtian Academy's reputation?" Zhang Laosher was invited by the three master teachers to the birthday banquet. Yet why do you speak as though his presence here was an embarrassment? "I don't mean anything else. People should not be in places which their identity does not allow them to be in. Huang Yu Xiaojia, I know that you are an assistant master teacher, and you are deeply trusted and doted upon by Lu Shi. Even so, you shouldn't act so obstinately. This is Elder Tian's birthday banquet, so you should pay more attention to your actions." Elder Tian had been half teacher, half friend of Lu Shi. If you bring a low-level teacher with such a terrible reputation over, it would be troublesome if you incur Lu Shi's ire. Lu Sun shook his head. Neither sarcasm nor anger could be seen on his face, and it seemed as though he were just recounting facts. In his eyes, it didn't matter whether Zhang Xian really scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination or not. This fellow was just a low-level teacher, and it wasn't befitting of his identity to be in such a high-class birthday banquet. Forcefully bringing someone of his caliber along would only lower Huang Yu's standing. This was akin to bringing a beggar to a luxurious hotel. Regardless of how well-dressed and cultured one was, one would only be pulled down by the companion and become a laughingstock. A dragon is only a dragon when it is accompanied by a phoenix. If accompanied by a pig, it would become a dog. You. Hearing those words, Huang Yu was infuriated. She was about to say something when she saw Zhang Xian walk to the table and sit down in a chair. He casually poured a cup of tea and lifted his head to look at the two arrogant star teachers. After spouting so much nonsense, your main point is that I'm just a low-level teacher with a terrible reputation. If that's the case, amazing Lu Laoshi, why do you want to challenge me to a teacher evaluation? Aren't you just ruining your awe-inspiring reputation? Initially, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered with the duo putting on airs. However, I tried to spare your dignity, didn't I? Yet, you just had to trample of mine. Hearing those words, Huang Yu and Bai Sun exchanged glances. At the same time, they were impressed. As expected of Zhang Laoshi, his words sure were savage. But it made perfect sense. Didn't you say that bringing him over would drag down my prestige? If that's the case, as a great star teacher of Hongtian Academy, why did you challenge him to the teacher evaluation? Aren't you simply making a fool out of yourself? You? Lu Sun chuckled softly. He didn't feel humiliated by Zhang Xian's words at all. Lifting his lids, he said, "You are just a stepping stone for me to reach higher grounds. If you have to blame something, blame it on your terrible luck for meeting me." Stepping stone? Indeed. Tomorrow's teacher evaluation will surely attract the attention of Yang Shi and the other three master teachers. Brother Lu will display the results of his tutelage to them, earning him the appreciation of the four master teachers. He will then be able to reach greater heights, becoming a true assistant master teacher. As for you, you are only a foil to the show. Wang Chao chuckled gently as he stared at him in sympathy. You are just a stepping stone. Did you think that you are someone incredible? Honestly, you should feel flattered to be able to become Lu Sun's stepping stone. Are you two that certain of your victory? Upon realizing that the other party had such intentions, Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't know about the intent of the three master teachers, but it was impossible for Yang Shi to come and spectate the competition. Even less so, he wouldn't accept Lu Sun as his apprentice. Actually, it doesn't matter whether he wins or not. There is something that you all might not be aware of. Wang Chao and Lu Sun were just about to continue speaking when Tianlong suddenly chuckled and interrupted. What? Wang Chao glanced at Tianlong. With a haughty look, Tianlong said, Actually, Lu Shi's intention for coming to Tianqian City isn't just to offer blessings to my grandfather on his birthday. More importantly, he wishes to accept Brother Lu as his disciple. Even though this matter is supposed to be a secret, Lu Shi had written a letter to my grandfather to tell him about it. I simply happened to see the letter. That's why I know about it. Oh, is that true? Clearly unaware of this news, Lu Sun's eyes lit up. Of course, given Brother Lu's incredible reputation, it is normal that a master teacher would set his sights on you. As my grandfather's student, Lu Shi dares not hide the matter from him and revealed everything to him. It is precisely because of this that I sent you an invitation, so that he can introduce you to Lu Shi during the banquet later, and accept you as his disciple. Tianlong said, I'll have to thank Elder Tian for this matter then. Hearing the affirmation of the other party, Lu Sun stood up with excitement. Knowing that it was hopeless between him and Yang Shi, he turned his attention to the three master teachers. However, in the past 2 days, the three master teachers didn't seem to be around. Every time he tried to pay a visit to them, they weren't around, which made him panic. Initially, he thought that his plan was doomed, just like how it was with Yang Shi. Yet, it turned out that Yang Shi had already set his sights on him. This was wonderful. Looks like we'll become fellow apprentices then. Lu Sun smiled kindly at Huang Yu. Who is your fellow apprentice? Huang Yu snorted. Huang Yu had no idea what Lu Shi was thinking of, but since Tianlong already said so, he should be confident of the matter. Could it be that she would really become peers with this fellow? Huang Yu felt conflicted. This fellow was extremely arrogant, and she disliked his attitude. But honestly speaking, this fellow was also extremely capable, and she was impressed by him as well. For him to be able to reach such great heights in Tianqian Kingdom without the guidance of a master teacher, he must have his way with teaching students. Did you hear? Brother Lu is about to become an assistant master teacher. Don't you feel ashamed to stay here? Upon hearing such wonderful news, Wang Chao was delighted for his friend as well. Turning his gaze to look at the indifferent Zhang Xian, he felt another surge of disgust for him. About to become? So that means that he isn't accepted, right? Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered with this matter at all. It was just that he didn't realize Lu Shi was interested in Lu Sun. At this moment, he was considering whether he should use the identity of Yang Xian to advise the other party against this matter. After all, if Yang Xian accepted Lu Ling as his student, then Lu Sun would be his disciple's disciple. However, this fellow was self-assuming and arrogant. This kind of disciple would get on his nerves. He didn't want such a disciple. Continue acting haughtily then. I'll see whether you can still do so later. Seeing how that guy was feigning nonchalance to the matter, the two men who were trying their best to become his disciples' disciples stared at him with disdain. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. Once the three master teachers arrived, Lu Sun would become an assistant master teacher. Yet, that fellow didn't feel embarrassed to remain here. How could someone be so shameless? Furthermore, to be seated here sipping on tea. How can you still be in the mood to drink tea now? If it were me, I would jump off the building in embarrassment. Hee, Brother Wang, you can't really say that either. I heard Xiao Yu, and by Xiao Wangya calling this Zhang Laoshi Master Zhang just a while ago. I've heard he is a true master painter, and he seems to be quite an incredible figure. Zhang Xian's skin seemed to be thicker than what Tian Long thought it out to be. Seeing that the other party was indifferent to the matter, Tian Long added this. Master painter? Placing his hands behind his back, Lu Sun glanced at Zhang Xian with disdain. You dare call yourself a master painter before me? Don't you find it hilarious? Even if you want to brag, you should know your limits. Even though he hadn't returned home for many years, he knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to become a master painter. It was one thing for the famous worst teacher in the academy who got on good terms with Huang Yu to flaunt his new identity. But wasn't it too much to be bragging about this as well? Indeed. Brother Tian, you must have heard wrong. Brother Lu comes from a distinguished family of painters, and his father, Master Lu Chun, is Tianqian Kingdom's most incredible master painter. Even Emperor Shinjue had learnt from him. Since childhood, Brother Lu has been learning painting from him. How could he possibly not know if another master painter appeared in the kingdom? Wang Chao chuckled and shook his head. Seeing the two of you speak like this, I feel relieved. I thought that it was real. After all, Master Yunyu. Tian Long was just about to talk about Master Yuanyu's previous attitude when a commotion broke out below. Hurry up, the three master teachers are here. Emperor Shinjue is here as well. Let's hurry over to welcome them. Gossip was flying all around the room. The three master teachers and Emperor Shinjue are here? Hearing the commotion below, Tian Long stopped talking. Then he turned to look at Lu Sun and Wang Chao. Brother Lu and Brother Wang. Let's go down to welcome them as well. All right. Since the three master teachers had arrived, the crowd in the room could no longer remain seated and quickly hurried downstairs. Senior Huang Yu, let's go welcome teacher together. Lu Sun chuckled. Who's your senior? Huang Yu harumphed. Then she turned to look at Zhang Xian. Let's go. Knowing that Huang Yu, as a student, had to welcome her teacher, Zhang Xian nodded his head. Besides, he was here to meet the three master teachers. Since they had arrived, it would be good for him to take a look as well. Walala. The crowd on the second floor filed out, and in a few moments, the entire floor was empty. Walking toward the main hall, they saw a few figures in the hallway leading here. They were the three master teachers, Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, Zheng Fei, and Emperor Shinjue. Even though these four people had behaved respectfully before Yang Shi, they looked imposing here. Paying respect to Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Zheng Shi. Paying respect to your majesty. Even though there were many clan heads and elders of prestigious clans here, all of their heads were lowered at this moment. Just like you all, we're here to offer our blessings to Elder Tian. There's no need so act so constrained around us. Emperor Shinjue smiled. Even though he said this, the others didn't dare follow the letter of the law. Everyone simply smiled politely, too afraid to speak. Let's go. Upon seeing the three master teachers and Emperor Shen Jue walking over, Tianlong smiled and brought Lu Sun and Wang Chao forward. As the apprentice of a master teacher, how could Huang Yu lag behind them? As a result, she walked over with Bai Sun and Zhang Xian as well. Teacher. Walking forward, Huang Yu and Bai Sun immediately bowed respectfully. Have you invited him yet? Upon seeing the duo, Lu Ling's, Zhuang Xian's, and Zheng Fei's eyes immediately lit up. The past 2 days, they had donned their disguises and camped at Hongtian Academy, waiting for Zhang Xian's appearance so that they could accept him as their apprentice. Yet the fellow never returned. It seemed he had disappeared, and even Emperor Shen Jue was unable to find him. So they had no choice but to have Huang Yu and Bai Sun look for him as well. Initially, they didn't hold much hope for it either. However, upon seeing that there were no signs of depression on the faces of the two, their hearts skipped a beat. We've invited him over. This person beside me is... Huang Yu wanted to introduce Zhang Xian, but Lu Sun interrupted her. With excitement written all over his face, he clasped his hands and said, Lu Sun pays respect to Lu Shi, Shuang Shi, and Zhang Shi. Initially, he thought that after introducing himself, the three master teachers would immediately display their care and concern for him before going ahead to accept him as their apprentice. In the end, the three simply disregarded him, as though they didn't see him at all. They walked toward Tianlong and surrounded him. A bright smile was on their faces. You must be Zhang Xian Laoshi. Finally, we get to meet you in person. You don't know how difficult it has been for us to find you. Eh? Tianlong was stunned. Chapter 200. Elder Tianai. Tianlong froze, looking at the three master teachers who were grinning brightly, to the point that they were almost fawning over him. Tianlong was confused. He wanted to say something, but not a word would come out of his mouth. So what was going on? Zhang Xian was even more confused. After a few days of not meeting the trio, why did the three people suddenly turn foolish? Putting aside the fact that I am Zhang Xian, what's with your excited looks? The one who had scammed your money was Yang Shi. The matter has nothing to do with me. Even if you have seen through my identity, you should look for him instead of me. Cough cough, Lu Shi. He isn't Zhang Laoshi. He is Elder Tian's grandson, Tianlong. Huang Yu said quickly, who couldn't stand watching the situation any longer. Ah, you aren't him? If you aren't him, why didn't you say so? TSK, you made me happy for nothing. Glaring at Tianlong, Zheng Fei snorted. If not for the occasion, it seemed he would have slapped the other party's face. Looking at his ferocious expression, Tianlong was on the verge of tears. It's not that I don't want to say so, but you three simply rushed here and took me to be Zhang Xian Laoshi, not even giving me a chance to explain myself. I am frightened by your suddenly hospitality, all right? It wasn't surprising that the three master teachers would recognize the wrong person. In terms of build and looks, Tianlong was superior to Zhang Xian. Huang Yu had only said that Zhang Xian was beside her. Before she could even confirm whether it was to her right or to her left, Lu Sun had interrupted her. Naturally, they thought that the tall and handsome man was the person they were looking for. If he isn't it, then where is Zhang Laoshi? Lu Ling looked around once more. I am Zhang Xian. Knowing that it would only be more awkward if he dragged it out, Zhang Xian stood forward and revealed his identity. You are Zhang Laoshi? Indeed. You look as dashing and capable as I thought you to be. Lu Ling stepped forward with a bright smile on his face. Indeed. With such a valiant disposition, you stand out even among everyone else here. I could recognize you immediately from the crowd, Zhuang Shi praised. As expected of the ideal teacher of Tianxian Kingdom. Not bad, not bad. Zheng Fei quickly added as well. Dark lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. I'm dashing, capable, valiant, and an ideal teacher? If so, how did you all recognize the wrong person? Why did you all think Tianlong was me? To think a master teacher could spout bullshit with such a straight face. Where's your dignity? What about status? May I know why the three master teachers are looking for me? Seeing the heated passion in their gazes, Zhang Xian couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly asked, Oh, there are too many people here. Let's find another suitable location to speak, Lu Ling said. With so many people looking, he couldn't possibly say that he had heard of Zhang Xian's affairs, especially went to the academy to investigate his capabilities, and thus wanted to accept him as his disciple. If he were to say so, not only would others think him insane, Zhang Xian would also be frightened away by him. Where in the world could one find a master teacher recruiting an apprentice so actively? Sure. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Judging from the other party's attitude, it was unlikely that they knew he was Yang Xian. Otherwise, they would have long ago made a move on him. Since that was the case, it just so happened that he wanted to ask them about the black aura in his body as well, so he agreed. Let's go. Seeing that Zhang Laoshi seemed easy to speak to, the trio heaved sighs of relief. They stood around Zhang Xian, as if afraid he would run away, and escorted him forward. Drinking in the view, everyone felt perplexed. On the other hand, Lu Sun felt his world crumbling apart. Initially, he thought he would earn the appreciation of the three master teachers just by revealing his identity and would become Lu Shi's apprentice. From there on, his name would spread far and wide. But what was going on? Not only did they disregard him after hearing his name, they rushed forward to Zhang Xian, whom Lu Sun had been looking down upon, and fawned over him. Didn't Tianlong just say that he was already decided to be Lu Shi's apprentice? That Zhang Xian was only a low-level teacher, not to mention he also possessed a poor reputation. So why would the three master teachers surround him? Gritting his teeth, Lu Sun stepped up. Lu Shi, I am Lu Sun, Hongtian Academy's star teacher. Oh, I know. I met you at the royal palace last time. Lu Ling nodded his head and pushed him away. All right, will you excuse me? I have something to speak to Zhang Laoshi about, so move to the side. Don't block the path. Lu Sun staggered as he stared at Lu Shi walking into the distance. At this moment, Lu Sun's body went stiff, and the thought of suicide even flashed through his mind. No matter what, I am the #1 star teacher of Tianxian Kingdom. To send me away after saying a few words. Shouldn't you at least ask about my affairs? Yet, you simply pushed me away, telling me to not block the path. Toward Zhang Xian, as though afraid he would disappear into the thin, the three of them surrounded him like he was some treasure. On the other hand, to Lu Sun felt utterly stifled. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Suppressing the urge to spit blood, Lu Sun turned to look at Tianlong. Didn't you have inside news on the matter? Didn't you say that Lu Shi had written a letter, saying that he wanted to accept me as his apprentice? Which teacher in the world wouldn't spare a second glance at his own apprentice? Seeing Lu Sun's blaming gaze, Tianlong felt frenzied too. I really saw that letter. I have no idea what is going on either. While the duo was perplexed over the matter, Wang Chao felt as though his face had been slapped multiple times. Thinking that Lu Sun would definitely become an apprentice of Lu Shi today, he was the one who put Zhang Xian down the most previously. Yet, in the end, he only humiliated himself through his words. He said that the other party was just a foil and a stepping stone. Yet why did it feel like Lu Sun was the foil and the stepping stone now? He thought that the other party was shameless and that he should just end his life. Now he seemed like the one who should end his life. Perhaps. Wang Chao, along with Lu Sun and Tianlong, looked at Huang Yu and Bai Sun. If someone knew what was going on, it had to be the two of them. One of them was Lu Shi's apprentice while the other one is Zhuang Shi's student. And they were the ones who brought Zhang Xian over. We don't know either. Huang Yu quickly shook her head. The three master teachers had only told them to bring Zhang Xian over. They didn't say what they were going to do. So even they too were confused by the current situation. Regardless of whether it was Lu Shi or Zhuang Shi, they held an austere image in the minds of the others. It always seemed like they were on a different level from the rest of them. Yet, at this moment, they seemed like they were fans chasing after an idol, following Zhang Xian around. Even though they had seen it for themselves, they still found it hard to believe. Should we go over to take a look? Unable to comprehend what was going on, they couldn't hold back their curiosity and hurriedly followed behind them. Especially Lu Sun. If he doesn't receive an answer today, he might just die from his rage and indignation. Just a moment ago, he was acting so haughtily, as though it was embarrassing for him to be compared with Zhang Xian. But now, the three master teachers were fawning over him, while he was thrown to a corner. What was good about the fellow? For the three master teachers to neglect me like this? Your Majesty, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zhang Shi, Old Master sent me out here to welcome you all after learning of your arrival. Before they could walk too far, an elder walked forward to welcome them. The butler of Tian residence, Tian Gang. Lu Shi nodded his head. Even though he wanted to accept Zhang Xian as his apprentice right now, they were currently at Elder Tian's birthday banquet, and it was unbefitting for a guest to steal the spotlight from the host. This way, please. Old Master is waiting for you all at the main hall. Tian Gang led the crowd forward. Zhang Laoshi, let's go. Elder Tian was once my way of tea teacher, and he is a kind person, Lu Ling explained with a smile. Facing the kind gesture from the three master teachers, Zhang Xian could only nod his head in agreement. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly saw Emperor Shen Jue walking toward him with a smile on his face. Zhang Xian Laoshi, I have long heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you are indeed as incredible as they make you out to be. You will definitely reach great heights in the future, and your name will spread far and wide. If you have any requests for me, feel free to speak of them. Tianxin Kingdom may not be a powerful country, but we don't lack resources. As long as it's within our means, I will try my best to obtain it for you. Hearing the other party's words, the bizarre look on Zhang Xian's face deepened. Naturally, he could tell that Emperor Shen Jue was trying to express his goodwill. Just that, as an ordinary teacher in the academy, why would an emperor express his goodwill toward him? Besides, you should have heard of it. My reputation as a terrible teacher. The personality of these fellows seemed to have changed all of the sudden, treating him so well. In the past few days, Zhang Xian had been disguising himself as Yang Shi, and he hadn't appeared as Zhang Laoshi at all. Zhang Xian was unable to comprehend the reason for their change in attitude. However, this was good as well. He was still thinking that it would be hard to approach the three master teachers as Zhang Xian, especially given their standing. But from the looks of it, it seemed like he was thinking too much into the matter. He was truly curious to know how the name of Zhang Xian suddenly became so prestigious in the few days he had disappeared, such that even the emperor and master teachers would rush forward to fawn over him. Zhang Xian simply nodded his head and said nothing else. Seeing the calm on the young man's face, Emperor Shen Jue was impressed. As expected of someone the three master teachers had set their eyes upon, just his state of mind was exceptional. If it were any other youngster, if the emperor were to praise them and promise them such, they would definitely become gleeful and complacent, thinking that they were exceptional beings blessed by the heavens. Yet the other party only impassively nodded his head, completely unmoved by his words at all. Just his calm itself was worthy of respect. However, Emperor Shen Jue was oblivious to the fact that it wasn't calm but deep in contemplation. Besides, Zhang Xian was already used to their presence after coming into contact with them as Yang Shi the past few days. As such, he no longer felt any presence from them, and as a result, he didn't feel nervous at all. Following behind the butler, they soon arrived at a vast hall. The moment they walked in, the aroma of tea immediately assaulted their senses, and they immediately felt revitalized. Come, sit. An elder was seated in the direct center of the hall. In front of him was an exquisite tea set. Hot water, in the form of steam, was rising slowly from it. This was where the aroma of tea came from. Shenjue Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, Zheng Fei, pays respect to Elder Tian. The four of them stepped forward. Zhang Xian followed behind them and glanced at the elder. Even though it was his 90th birthday, he looked like he was in his 70s. With a snow-white beard, from afar, his appearance was reminiscent of an enlightened saint. Yes, yes. The elder casually waved his hands, not lifting his head at all. Lifting up a teacup, he casually poured tea into it. Instantly, the light, refreshing fragrance of the tea leaves immediately surged out from within. It seemed that the tea set had a soul of their own. With just the slightest movement from Elder Tian, hot water poured into the teacup. His movements were smooth and looked exceptionally beautiful. Even before tasting the tea, everyone was already full of compliments. All eyes were fixated onto every single movement of Elder Tian. Just the sight of the preparation of the tea felt pleasurable. This is the way of tea? Incredible. Zhang Xian was just thinking that the way of tea could not be compared to pill forging and that sort. However, after looking at the movements of the elder, he immediately realized that there wasn't a single job in the 9 paths that was ordinary. Please, the elder beckoned. Several maids stepped forward and presented the teacups to Emperor Shinjue and the 3 master teachers. There were a total of 6 cups. After presenting 4 cups to the others, there were still 2 left. After handing out the teacups, the elder wiped his hands dry. Only then did he lift his head to look at the crowd and see Zhang Xian. He was taken aback by the latter's presence. You are... Chapter 201. The Test, reporting to Tian Laosher. This is Zhang Xian, a young, outstanding teacher of Hongtian Academy. Lu Ling introduced. Even though Elder Tian no longer taught him, Lu Ling still called him teacher out of habit. He who teaches me for a day, I regard as a father for life. In this world, the relationship between a teacher and a student was uncompromisable. Even master teachers did not dare violate this sacred principle. Zhang Xian? Elder Tian shook his head impassively. He asked doubtfully, isn't the outstanding teacher from Hongtian Academy Lu Sun? Lu Laosher is outstanding, but Zhang Laosher does not, in any way, pale in comparison. In fact, there are certain aspects in which he surpasses Lu Laosher. Recalling the situations that he saw in Hongtian Academy over the past 2 days, Lu Ling couldn't help but compliment Zhang Xian. He had merely taught his students for slightly more than 10 days, in addition to being out of school so often, and yet, every single one of his students experienced massive growth and their prowess escalated explosively. Putting aside normal teachers, even the 3 of them finds it hard to achieve such a feat, surpasses Lu Laosher? A gleam flashed across Elder Tian's eyes. To be complimented by you like that, he must be indeed capable and qualified to take a seat here. However, it isn't that easy to get to drink my tea. At the very least, he has to first pass my test. Test? Zhang Xian glanced at Elder Tian. I am only here to accompany Lu Shi and the others. I have no intention of drinking your tea. Besides, do you believe your tea to be some immortal elixir, or what? To think that I will need to be tested to drink it? Zhang Xian was about to reject the idea when Lu Ling turned to look at him excitedly with gleaming eyes. This is great. Zhang Xian Laosher, this is an excellent opportunity. You must make full use of it. Opportunity? It's merely drinking tea. What opportunity is there to speak of? It is the dream of countless cultivators to drink the tea made by Tian Laosher. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't comprehend what was going on, Lu Ling explained with a smile, you might not know, but Tian Laosher is extremely particular with his tea leaves and brewing method. The tea on the table right now is known as spirit-calming tea. There aren't more than 3 of its tea trees in the entire Tianqian kingdom. They grow at the top of the snow mountain, White Pearl Peak, and are nourished by the sun more than 16 hours a day. As such, when used to boil tea, the aroma lingers without dissipating. It is one thing for there to be limited tea trees, but there is a requirement for the picking of tea leaves as well. It mustn't be too young or too old. Only leaves picked at exactly the 6th hour after the flowers of the tea trees bloom will carry the slight fragrance of flora. Accompanied with the cold weather at White Pearl Peak, drinking the tea made from these tea leaves is incomparably pleasurable. A tea tree doesn't already bear many leaves. In addition to the strict requirements for its picking, you can imagine the minute amount of tea leaves that are harvested. In fact, I can tell you that the annual production of such tea leaves in Tianqian Kingdom totals up to only around 3 taels or so. Zhang Xian was astonished. No wonder the other party regards the matter so highly, even conducting a test to see if the person is qualified to drink the tea. Judging by how valuable the tea leaves are, it is worth the effort to take the test. Of course, if it were just the limited harvest, one can only say that the tea leaves are precious. It wouldn't matter to a cultivator whether he drank it or not because it wouldn't be considered as an opportunity. A cultivator values his cultivation the most. Regardless of how fragrant a tea is, it doesn't matter to them whether they drink it or not. There is no need for them to spend such a huge price just to satisfy their cravings. The reason why the tea leaves are so important is that of the use of the tea. Spirit-calming tea has the effect of calming down one's mind. If normal people were to consume it, it would allow them to sleep better, ease their fatigue, and boost their spirit. On the other hand, if cultivators were to drink it, it will allow them to reach the level of heart of tranquil water for a short moment. Even though it is just a momentary state, and one will automatically descend from it after a moment, it allows one to experience the sensation of being in that condition. This will prove to be an important assistance to actually reach that state in the future. Lu Shi continued, of course, just the tea leaves itself aren't enough. It has to be accompanied with Tian Laoshi's consummate brewing skills to bring out such effects. Allow one to reach heart of tranquil water for a short moment? Zhang Xian's eyes widened in shock. Only when one reaches the heart of tranquil water can he absolutely concentrate in whatever he does, totally unaffected by the surroundings or emotions. Take for example the two apothecaries, Meng Yin and Chen Xiao, whom Zhang Xian met during the pill debate. While forging the tranquil heart pill, they infused their own emotions and physical state into the pill by accident, causing the pill to change and lose its original function. The reason why such accidents occur is that the person has yet to achieve a breakthrough in his will of mind. When one reaches will of mind to Dan heart of tranquil state, even if one is plagued with negative emotions, he can still maintain a tranquil state of mind and forge a perfect tranquil heart pill. The guild leader of the blacksmith guild, Luo Chong, has achieved such a level. It was due to him overeating the dragon-scaled prawns that he was unable to calm his mind, eventually failing to successfully forge any equipment. Many cultivators do not realize the importance of will of mind and think that it is absolutely useless. However, that's not the case. In order to achieve a breakthrough to Fighter 8 Dan Zhongshe realm, one has to reach will of mind 2 Dan. Otherwise, without a pure mind, no matter how hard one tries, it is almost impossible for one to grasp the disposition and meaning behind Zhongshe. Furthermore, this isn't only true for fighters, many occupations also have such requirements. For example, one needs to reach heart of tranquil water before they are qualified to take the Master Teacher examination and Formation Master examination. Afraid that Zhang Xian had not understood, Lu Ling explained further. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Will of mind isn't really a secret. There were records on it in the kingdom's book collection vault, and as such, with a single thought, he can easily look through it. It was precisely because he knew it that he understood how difficult it is to raise one's will of mind. If merely drinking a cup of tea can allow one to enter the state of heart of tranquil water, its effects are truly incredible, even though it is just temporary. Even the tranquil heart pill doesn't have such effects. It is no wonder that the way of tea is so popular within the kingdom, even exceeding painting at that. The reason for it lies here. That is to say, if back then, Meng Yin and Chen Xiao were to drink a cup before their pill forging, they would be able to create a perfect tranquil heart pill. Even though I come here often, it's not often that I get to drink a tea with such effects. This time, I have truly benefited from the halo of the 3 master teachers. Since Elder Tian agreed to give you an opportunity, you should grasp it. Emperor Shen Jue smiled. May I know what test it is? Zhang Xian was somewhat moved. Turning to look at Elder Tian, he couldn't help but ask. Even though he had reached heart of tranquil water, he was only at the most basic level. If he were to drink the tea, he might be able to enter deeper into the realm, feeling the intermediate level, or even higher than that. Elder Tian didn't reply. Instead, he gestured. Let them enter as well. Butler Tian nodded his head before stepping out. Shortly, a few other people entered. They were Tian Long, Lu Sun, Wang Chao, Huang Yu, and Bai Sun. Lu Sun pays respect to Elder Tian. Upon walking into the room, Lu Sun stepped forward, clasped his fists, and bowed to Elder Tian. Take a seat. I've heard that you and Zhang Laoshe are both outstanding teachers of Hongtian Academy. However, it is a pity that I only have 1 cup here, so I'll have to test you too. How about this? I will propose a question, and both of you will answer it. The person who wins qualifies to drink my tea. Lu Ling, what do you think? After having Lu Sun and the others sit down, Elder Tian turned to look at Lu Shi. Even though he spoke of drinking tea, as long as one wasn't a fool, one could tell what was going on. So this old fogey isn't really interested in testing me. What he wants to do is to create an opportunity for Lu Xun to display his skills. How can Zhang Xian still not understand what is going on? Even though he didn't know for sure why Lu Shi and the others were treating him so politely all of a sudden, he could roughly guess the reason. They were probably intending to accept him in as their apprentice. Otherwise, why would three great master teachers approach a low-level teacher like him? This matter had happened in the Tian residence, and as the host, it was impossible for Elder Tian to be unaware. Thus, even though he spoke of drinking tea, he actually didn't mean it. Rather, he was trying to make things difficult for Zhang Xian and provide a platform for Lu Xun to perform so that the latter can once again earn the favor of Lu Shi. Zhang Xian had no intentions to become Lu Shi's apprentice. Even so, the other party's move had displeased him. He felt that he was toyed with. However, he wasn't in a place to reject the challenge. Ever since the matter regarding the teacher evaluation spread out, people had been comparing him to Lu Xun. Even though it looks as though they are only vying over a cup of tea, they are actually competing to become Lu Shi's apprentice. If Zhang Xian were to reject the challenge, he would only be labeled as being frightened of facing Lu Xun. If so, Lu Xun will definitely become more arrogant. Since Zhang Xian was able to tell Elder Tian's intention, Lu Ling could tell as well. Frowning, his complexion darkened. Clearly, he didn't expect Elder Tian to make such a move. Even so, since given that he was a student of Elder Tian and it was his birthday banquet, it wasn't appropriate for him to reject his request. Thus, he could only nod his head in approval. All right. While Lu Shi and Zhang Xian were unhappy, Elder Tian actually felt dismal. Previously, after Lu Shi spoke of Lu Xun in his letter and clearly stated his intentions to accept the latter as his apprentice, Elder Tian went through the trouble to invite Lu Xun and had specially prepared to make another cup of tea to receive him. The examination was intended to make the introductions even smoother. However, Lu Xun didn't come, and in his place came Zhang Xian. Looking at Lu Shi's attitude, he realized that he is now interested in taking in Zhang Laoshi, which means it is likely that he had given up on Lu Xun. This made all the preparations he had made in advance futile, and thus, he was displeased. As such, he came up with this test all of a sudden. Otherwise, having already told Lu Xun in advance, only for the latter to be unable to become an apprentice, it would be embarrassing on his part. Lu Xun is willing to follow Elder Tian's arrangement. Understanding the intentions of the other party, Lu Xun was delighted. He hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. Since we're going to conduct a test, we should have a topic. I wonder what we should examine? Knowing that he wasn't in a position to reject the challenge, Zhang Xian no longer bothered about the matter and focused on the test instead. Since we're all here to drink tea, we should discuss the way of tea. Tianlong, who was standing by the side, said, "Way of tea?" Zhang Xian frowned. Zhang Laoshi had never come into contact with the way of tea, so it is a little too biased to test them on that. Wang Yu couldn't hold herself back but utter. She had interacted with Zhang Laoshi often, so she knew that while the other party is a master painter, he knows nothing about the way of tea. In fact, when speaking to him earlier today, the other party was clearly completely ignorant of the subject. Testing someone on the way of tea when he knows nothing about it? Isn't this intentionally making things difficult for him? Besides, based on what she knew, Lu Xun had specially learned the way of tea. Even though he can't compare to Tianlong, he had nevertheless listened to Elder Tian's lectures. At the very least, he is able to brew a tea of the first level. Even a blind person can tell that this test is obviously unfair. To become a master teacher's apprentice, one should be knowledgeable in all occupations. The way of tea is one of the occupations of the 9 paths, not to mention that it is extremely popular in the kingdom, so how can he be ignorant of it? If Zhang Laoshi really knows nothing about it, then I'm sorry, but I'll be drinking the cup of tea. Lu Xun chuckled softly, and confidence emanated from his gaze. You wish to compete against me? See how I crush you to death. Indeed, if one doesn't even know of the way of tea, how can one become the apprentice of a master teacher? You might as well just admit defeat instead of embarrassing yourself here, Wang Chao said. Having shamed himself earlier, Wang Chao made use of this opportunity to get back at Zhang Xian. All right, even though this is my first time hearing of way of tea, I can learn about it right now. How will the test be conducted? We can start right now. Upon seeing the other party's boastful attitude, Zhang Xian shook his head. Since someone wishes to step on my face, I will return it with a vicious, tight slap. Although this is the first time he heard of Way of Tea, there were plenty of books on the Way of Tea in the kingdom's book collection vault. It filled the entire 7th and 8th shelf, and they added up to more than 10,000 books. Back then, he had merely collected them into the library of Heaven's Path, and he hadn't read through them yet. But at this moment, it seems like it's time. Chapter 202. 9 Years Spring Learn Now? Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Lu Sun, Tianlong, and the others burst into laughter. You must be joking. Learning now? Do you think that the Way of Tea is some ordinary workmanship of those street-side craftsmen? That you can master it just because you said so? This is an occupation. Even if you immersed yourself in it every single day, without countless years of effort, it would be impossible for you to bear results. You wish to pass the test just by learning right now. Will it kill you to be more humble? However, this was good as well. This way, you won't be able to lift your head when you lose later on. Lu Sun snorted. While the others were laughing over Zhang Xian's words, Huang Yu was on the verge of tears. She immediately sent him a telepathic message to persuade him otherwise. You mustn't agree. Lu Sun has specially learnt the Way of Tea, and he is skilled in it. You don't even know what the Way of Tea is, yet you wish to compete against an initiate of the Way of Tea. Are you sure you aren't joking? I have seen reckless people before, but I have never seen such a reckless person. It's no problem. Knowing that she was truly concerned about him, Zhang Xian reassured her with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xian's will was resolute, Huang Yu panicked, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing how frivolous Zhang Laosher was acting, Elder Tian's face darkened. He had immersed his entire life into the Way of Tea to master its way. Yet this fellow, despite knowing nothing at all, said that he would learn it right now. Learn what? How will you learn? Do you think it's playing house? Do you think you will learn the art just by looking at it? You must be joking. Even the 3 master teachers were staring at one another, and deep wrinkles formed on their foreheads. They had heard of Zhang Laosher's affair, but this was the first time they were meeting him in person. They didn't expect him to be such a reckless and frivolous person. If he truly had such a character, then despite his capability in imparting knowledge, they had to reconsider whether they should accept him as their apprentice. Let's begin then. Suppressing the displeasure he felt, Elder Tian gestured. The test is simple. Longer, you'll brew a pot of tea, after which Lu Laosher and Zhang Laosher will speak of the brewing technique used and its tea aroma. The Way of Tea was similar to pill forging in some ways. It had gone through countless years of inheritance, and there were countless schools and techniques. The same tea leaves, if brewed using a different technique, would have differing fragrances, textures, and colors. That was why there were no right or wrong methods in brewing tea. Rather, one could only say whether one was better than the other. A good brewing technique could unleash the full fragrance contained within the tea leaves, nourishing the spirit of those drinking it. Understood. The edges of Tianlong's lips curled up. He glanced at Zhang Xian before taking the tea tray and tea set from Butler Tiangang's hands. First, he used warm water to heat up the tea set. Then, grabbing a few tea leaves, he placed them into the teapot and flushed it with boiling water. When the tea leaves were steeped, the fragrance of the tea immediately gushed into the air, causing a deep aroma to linger in the hall. Incredible! To think that Tianlong would achieve such deep understanding of the Way of Tea despite his young age. I'm impressed. From the looks of it, Tian Laosher has imparted all of his knowledge down to him. Soon, another incredible tea master will appear in the Tianxian kingdom. Upon seeing Tianlong's movements, the 3 master teachers nodded their head in approval. They had learnt the Way of Tea from Elder Tian, and even though they hadn't reached the level of an official tea master, they had immersed themselves in the art for many years, so they possessed a decent amount of knowledge in it. Thus, they were able to see that Tianlong's skills were extraordinary. There are 4 levels to the Way of Tea, namely redolent hue, essence restoration, infused intentions, and diffusing fragrance. Even though nothing much can be said about his character, it is a fact that he possessed outstanding skills in the Way of Tea. Judging from his brewing technique, He should have already reached the second level, essence restoration. Afraid that Zhang Xian couldn't tell what was happening, Huang Yu was communicating with him via telepathy. The first level, redolent hue. It refers to the level where the tea one produces has reached a certain level of mastery in terms of aroma and color, making it pleasing to the eye and the nose. Don't underestimate this level just because it is the lowest one. In order to reach it, you need to have a clear understanding of the amount of water and tea leaves you must use, as well as the state of the tea set. Without years of hard work, it is difficult to reach this level. The second level, which is the realm which Tianlong is currently at, is called essence restoration. At this level, you are no longer just showing off your skill. Rather, at this level, you infuse the art of tea brewing into your bones, granting them the ability to pull the most basic fragrance of the tea leaves out, allowing others to taste the most authentic tea. As for the third level, infused intentions, it is similar to that of the level of the same name in painting. The tea maker now understands the very essence of the way of tea, reaching the level where they are able to infuse their own artistic conception into the tea they brew. Those drinking it can experience the emotions of the tea maker through the tea he produces. At this level, one can take the tea master examinations and become an official tea master. Last but not least, the fourth level, diffusing fragrance. At this level, one can allow the fragrance of the tea to travel vast distances, such that people within several thousand li can smell it. At the same time, they can also confine the fragrance of the tea to the cup, making it linger within the cup. Those drinking such a tea would feel as though they were drinking a heavenly elixir. Elder Tian has reached such a level, and you can see the steam lingering over top the cup of tea he has poured. Upon reaching this level, not only will one be able to experience the full fragrance of the tea will also be warm no matter when one drinks it. It won't turn cold with the passing of time, which would affect its taste. Wang Yu seemed quite knowledgeable of the way of tea, and she explained the various levels that a cup of tea could reach to Zhang Xian. Knowing that she was trying to help him, Zhang Xian nodded his head, grateful. After hearing her words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be impressed by how profound the art of tea brewing was. Just these 4 levels would require one to immerse themselves in the way of tea for their entire lifetime. While they were speaking, Tianlong finished brewing his tea. He slowly poured it out, the tea gushing out like a fountain. The delightful sound of the tea lapping against the sides of the teacup echoed in the air, as if created by an instrument. I've embarrassed myself. After pouring the tea into the teacup, the true fragrance of the tea immediately emanated all over the room. The aroma seemed to have some energizing quality to it, making everyone in the room feel refreshed. Tianlong smiled slightly in glee. Since he could reach the second level of the way of tea at his age, he could be considered as a genius among geniuses. He quickly shot his gaze to Huang Yu, thinking that she would feel deep respect for him and leap into his embrace. Yet it turned out that she wasn't looking at him at all. Rather, she was chatting with Zhang Xian. Tianlong's face immediately darkened, and he looked as though he would explode at any moment. It had taken him great effort to learn this tea brewing technique, and he wanted to flaunt it before the beautiful lady. Yet it ended like this. Zhang Xian. Tianlong diverted all of his anger onto Zhang Xian. Seeing his furious gaze, Zhang Xian blinked. I don't think that I've offended him. What's wrong with that fellow's head? Now that the tea has been brewed, who will go first? Elder Tian looked around. Allow me. Lu Sun stood up confidently. With an imposing disposition, he started to explain. Brother Tian's technique is called Root of the Fallen Leaves, and it comes from Master Changfeng from a century ago. He saw the growth of tea leaves over the course of 3 years when inspiration hit him, and he created this brewing technique. In the Root of the Fallen Leaves, every single tea leaf is placed into the teapot based on their maturity. This way, the tea leaves would be steeped in the same sequence as well. Tea leaves are similar to humans in that they have veins and are interconnected with one another. Steeping in this manner would be like soaking the tree from its roots to its tip. This kind of progressive brewing technique brings out the very essence of the tea leaves, allowing the tea to reach the second level, essence restoration. At this point, he flicked his sleeves and chuckled lightly. Brother Tian, I wonder if what I have said is right or not? Brother Lu is indeed talented. Your words do not have the slightest bit of error, Tian Long replied. All right, since I'm done talking about the brewing method, I'll talk about the aroma of the tea then. Standing in the same place, Lu Sun took in the aroma of the tea and smiled. The fragrance lingers around my nose, making me feel like I am in a tea garden. If I'm not wrong, it should have reached the 4th level. In order to better differentiate between the level of the tea and its taste, some of the more incredible tea masters had allocated 9 different levels for the aroma of the tea as well. First level of tea aroma, sweet aroma. Second level of tea aroma, revitalizing spirit. Fourth level of tea aroma, alluring reminiscence. Ninth level of tea aroma, congregation of the 100 birds. Even though Tian Long had brewed a tea of the 2nd level, his tea aroma had already reached the 4th level, alluring reminiscence. That is to say, upon taking a sip from this cup of tea, the aroma would permeate into one's dreams, making it hard to forget. Yes. After hearing Lu Sun's reply, Elder Tian nodded his head satisfied. As expected of Lu Sun Laosher, his understanding of the way of tea was completely accurate. I'm finished. Zhangxian Laosher, it's your turn. Smiling faintly, Lu Sun turned to look at him. Me? You've already said everything. What else can I say? Zhang Xian was speechless. Wasn't this fellow too shameless? The question only asked them about the brewing technique and the tea aroma level, and he had already said everything. What else could Zhang Xian speak of? If Zhang Xian were to say the same things, Lu Sun could simply say that Zhang Xian had copied his answer. Brother Lu only spoke of the name of the brewing method. The way of tea is profound and deep, and there are still plenty of things to talk about. Zhang Laosher, could it be that you don't know the technique I use, and you don't know what to say? With a cunning smile on his face, Tian Long said, if that's the case, I think it would be best for you to just admit defeat to not make the atmosphere awkward. Admit defeat? That isn't my way of doing things. Zhang Xian shook his head. At this point, Zhang Xian's lips curled up as he looked at Tian Long playfully. Are you sure you want me to speak? Stop putting on an act here. Tian Long flung his sleeves out. All right then. Zhang Xian stood up. What Lu Laosher said is true. Tian Long did use root of the fallen leaves. This brewing technique should have been a highly profound technique that is capable of brewing tea of the 3rd level, but in his hands, its form has been completely misinterpreted and turned worthless. It's a failure. You. Tian Long nearly leapt in anger. You need not be in a hurry to deny my words. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. He walked over to Tian Long, casually lifted up the teacups to look at them, and slid his fingers across them. I need not say much about the tea set. In Elder Tian's residence, even if the equipment used isn't the best, it isn't too far from it. Let's begin from the moment you started brewing the tea. In the root of the fallen leaves, the progressive sequence of the action is of utmost importance. When hot water is poured into the teapot, the hot water would flow through the veins of the tea leaves, like the tea leaves are drinking the water. There is no problem with the sequence you place the tea leaves into the pot, but you neglected the unique property of the tea leaves. The tea leaf you used is called 9-year spring. From the emergence of the tea leaves to its harvesting and drying, the optimal time for its consumption is 9 years. At that moment, its fragrance would be the strongest. On this point, I'm not wrong, am I? Zhang Xian looked at Tian Long. You're right. Tian Long nodded his head. 9-year spring were extremely rare tea leaves. Putting aside the fact that its harvest was limited, it was rarely traded in the markets. Even for their Tian residents, it took them a long time before they managed to gather several tales of it. How did this fellow who didn't know the way of tea know of it? Chapter 203. Found the wrong person. Usually, 1 year is sufficient for tea leaves to mature for consumption. Yet this tea leaf needs an entire 9 years, showing its uniqueness. As a result, one needs to steep it for a longer period of time so that its fragrance can be further drawn out. Yet after pouring hot water in, you took out the tea leaves within 3 breaths. As such, it caused the fragrance that had accumulated in the tea leaves over a course of 9 years to not be fully released. This is your first failure. 9 years spring grow in humid lands. As such, the tea leaves contain moisture within. Before steeping it, one needs to wash it with slightly salted water first in order to revitalize the veins of the leaves, allowing the tea leaves to better release their fragrance. Yet, not only did you not wash it beforehand, you even used a dry preparation method star. Not only did this affect the texture of the tea, it even caused the level of the tea to drop an entire level. This is your second failure. Before starting on the preparation of the tea, it's right for you to warm the tea set. However, due to your excessive desire to flaunt your skills, you placed tea leaves into the teapot before you were done warming up the entire pot. Furthermore, the tea leaves were still at room temperature when you placed them in, resulting in a loss of heat. This is your third failure. Finally, when using the root of the fallen leaves to prepare the tea, in the very final step of pouring the tea into the teacups, you should do it within 3 breaths to ensure that their aroma and taste is the same. Yet you dragged it on for 7 breaths. As a result, the aroma and texture of the first cup and the 5th cup differs by almost an entire level. You can check it right now if you like. Although the first cup has reached the 4th level, the last cup is only at most at the 3rd level. For there to be 2 different tastes for the same pot of tea, this is your 17th failure. All at once, Zhang Xin pointed out 17 of the other party's errors without any pause. Then he looked at Tianlong with sympathy. For such an amazing technique, the root of the fallen leaves, and such good tea leaves, the 9 years spring, to be brewed by you in such a manner. What else could it be if not worthless? You. Tianlong's face paled, as though he had met a ghost. He wanted to refute the other party's words, but he was unable to say a word. He had just learnt this brewing technique, and it was natural that he would make many mistakes with it. Rationally, it wasn't a big deal. But how was the other party able to see through all of it? Wasn't he inept in the way of tea? His grandfather had said the same things as well. In fact, the other party pointed out even more flaws than his grandfather. His grandfather could only point out 4 or 5 of them, yet the other party spoke of 17 of them in a breath. Could it be that the other party's knowledge of tea brewing exceeded that of his grandfather's? How was that possible? Not just him, at that instant. The hall fell so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was staring at Zhang Xin as though they were looking at a monster. This was especially true for Lu Sun. His eyes were about to pop out onto the ground. He was proud of the fact that he was able to point out the brewing technique the other party used, as well as the level of the tea aroma. Yet, not only was the other party able to see through these as well, he was even able to point out the flaws in his tea brewing technique precisely. For a moment, he felt his face being brutally slapped. It felt fiery hot, as though it would tear apart at any moment. What exactly was going on? To be able to say so much about tea, to the point that you even have such an in-depth understanding of the 9 years spring. Are you a tea vendor? Elder Tian, may I know if my words are correct? Ignoring the astonishment everyone was going through, Zhang Xin chuckled and turned his eyes to Elder Tian. The tea brewing of a tea master was similar to a battle technique by a fighter, and the Library of Heaven's Path had compiled a book on Tianlong. If Tianlong hadn't provoked him, Zhang Xin couldn't have bothered with him either, and wouldn't have embarrassed him in public. Yet the other party kept trying to taunt him, even making use of Lu Sun to humiliate him. If that were to be the case, then Zhang Xin felt a need to retaliate. Of course, he had also gone easy on the other party. He had only pointed out a portion of his flaws. If he were to speak of all of them, that fellow would probably end up like Apothecary by Ming. His confidence would be completely crushed, and he would find himself coming to a standstill in the way of tea. What you said? Honestly, Elder Tian was unable to ascertain the authenticity of half of the words the other party had said. But for the other half, it was absolutely correct. Furthermore, for the half he wasn't sure of, based on his deductions from his knowledge and way of tea, they were likely to be true as well. With just a single glance, the other party was able to see through so many problems? Am I the tea master? Or is he the tea master? Elder Tian looked like he had seen a demon. After hesitating for a long time, he continued, Are all correct? All correct? Zhang Laosher's words are all correct? Hearing his verdict, a commotion broke out in the hall. This was especially so for Bai Sun and Huang Yu. They could see the frenzy in each other's eyes. On the way here, Zhang Laosher had been asking about the way of tea, and it was obvious that he was a total rookie on the subject. It was clear that he hadn't even heard of the term before coming here. They were still worried about what would happen after he lost to Lu Sun. Yet, to think that such a twist would occur instead. Brother, can you stop playing with our hearts? If you have such an in-depth understanding of the way of tea, why must you feign ignorance? He must have done it on purpose. When Huang Yu recalled how she sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian to explain the 4 levels of tea brewing to him out of goodwill previously, Huang Yu felt like spitting blood. Most probably, that fellow must have been laughing at her ignorance. It seems like Master Zhang was also like that during the painting examination. Just as Huang Yu was cursing the other party in her mind, she suddenly heard Bai Sun's perplexed voice. Upon hearing those words, Huang Yu suddenly recalled the matter as well. Back then, before painting, Master Zhang also seemed like a complete rookie, not knowing anything at all. But after reading some books, he was able to create a painting of the 5th level easily. This fellow, what was going on? How could there be such a peculiar person in the world? Since it's right, does it mean that I've passed your test? Clasping both his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian returned to his seat and looked at him calmly. Hold it right there. Before Elder Tian could even speak, Wang Chao abruptly stood up. The question that Elder Tian came up with was for Zhang Xian and Brother Lu to tell the brewing technique used and the level of the tea fragrance, and whoever who was able to figure out both of them would be the victor. Brother Lu's answer of root of the fallen leaves and 4th level of tea aroma isn't wrong. On the other hand, Zhang Laosher said so much, but he left out the main point. Thus, it could be said that he had gone off topic. So I think that Brother Lu should be the victor. Indeed, even though Brother Lu didn't speak of the latter part, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know of it at all. He simply thought that it was off topic and didn't find the need to bring it up. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, Tian Long's eyes lit up. If that fellow were to truly win this competition and become an apprentice of Lu Shi, wouldn't he be together with Huang Yu daily? If so, Tian Long wouldn't stand a chance anymore. So he couldn't allow the other party to succeed. Furthermore, he had just been insulted by the other party. With such an ideal opportunity to put him down, how could he let it slip past his fingers? Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian was stunned. He thought that he himself was a shameless person. To think that these two were able to top him at his field. Gone off topic? If spoken of, it was true that he had gone off topic, just that Lu Laosher had already revealed the answer. If Zhang Laosher didn't say something else, wouldn't he just be repeating his answer? Huang Yu couldn't be a bystander to the situation any longer and stood up furiously. What kind of joke was this? You've already answered all that could be answered. What do you expect the other party to say under such a situation? If he answered just like you did, you would just say that he had copied you. On the other hand, if he said something else, you would simply say that he had gone off topic. No matter what, you all are star teachers. Can't you all at least spare a thought for your dignity? Enough. Stop arguing. Seeing sparks flying from both sides, Elder Tian waved his hands. It's my negligence for coming up with such a question, so let's just drop this. Drop this? Zhang Xian stared at Elder Tian. It was clear that he was helping Lu Sun, but this came as no surprise to him either. It was the first time Elder Tian had met Zhang Xian. Naturally, the other party would help Lu Sun, who he was more familiar with. Tian Laosher. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ling frowned. Aren't you showing your favoritism too publicly? Enough, there's no need for you to say anymore. This matter is my fault, so I'll come up with another question for the two of them. There's no need for us to fuss over this matter, Elder Tian interrupted impassively. Okay. Since his teacher had already put it this way, out of respect for the other party, Lu Ling didn't refute his words. He could only look at Zhang Xian apologetically. I apologize for my inappropriate choice of question on the way of tea previously. However, I can tell that the two of you are extremely knowledgeable in the way of tea. If we were to continue pitting you two in this field, it might breed discord among you two instead. How about this? Other than the way of tea, I am also slightly knowledgeable in the field of painting as well. Furthermore, I have just received an amazing painting recently. As teachers, you two should have some knowledge on painting as well. Thus, why don't I bring it out for you two to appreciate and appraise? Whoever's appraisal is more accurate will be the victor. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Tian stroked his beard and said, "Painting?" After hearing the other party's words, Zhang Xian had to stifle in his laughter. If the other party had chosen to test him on something else, Zhang Xian would still have to dredge up the books from his library to look through them. But as for painting, there wasn't such a need at all. Since he was able to draw a painting of the 5th level, he had already reached the level of a grandmaster in painting. Are you sure that Lu Sun would be able to win against me? However, it wasn't surprising that the other party would make such a decision. After the previous incident, Elder Tian could see that Zhang Xian was knowledgeable of the way of tea. Even if he were to give another question on it, Lu Sun would still lose. Naturally, Elder Tian knew of Lu Sun's background. Lu Sun's father was Master Lu Chun, a true master painter, and since childhood, Lu Sun often came into contact with paintings. As such, his knowledge of painting far surpassed that of his way of tea. As a result, he decided to go ahead with a painting test. This way, he would be using Lu Sun's strength against Zhang Xian. However, it was a pity that he couldn't have imagined that even Lu Sun's father, Master Lu Chun, would have to address Zhang Xian respectfully as a master. Do you two have any disagreements? After saying this, Elder Tian turned his gaze to the duo. Lu Sun dares not oppose Elder Tian's arrangements. Lu Sun clasped his hands and answered obediently, but on the inside, he was nearly dying of joy. Even though Tian Long had said that Zhang Xian was likely to be a master painter, Lu Sun had attributed the matter to just Zhang Xian boasting. He didn't pay it any attention. Also, he was much more proficient in painting than the way of tea. Mo Qinzi, Yuanyu, Lu Chun, all of the works of the master painters and the books he had read when he was younger flashed through his mind. Slowly, a confident smile crept onto his face. What a joke. He had just taken the way of tea to broaden his horizon, but painting was his specialty. As long as Zhang Xian wasn't a master painter, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Lu Sun was confident. What about Zhang Laoshi? Upon seeing him agree to it, Elder Tian nodded his head and turned to Zhang Xian. I agree as well. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Competing in painting appraisal? The 3 master teachers, Huang Yu and Bai Sun, knew of Zhang Xian's background, and they stared at one another. A moment later, they simultaneously turned their gazes to Lu Sun, and the sympathy in their eyes was clear to see. The way of tea competition between them previously didn't cause a huge blow to Lu Sun, as it wasn't his field of specialty. As such, he didn't get discouraged even though he lost to Zhang Xian. But as for painting, he would probably cry himself to death this time. Sigh, poor child. Honestly, Lu Sun, you found the wrong person to compete with. Asterisk, there are 2 methods to preparing Chinese tea: dry preparation and wet preparation. In wet preparation, you need a special tea set, and after washing the equipment, you just pour the water on the tea set, which usually have a drainage section. As such, it is labeled wet preparation method. On the other hand, dry preparation is much cleaner. All of the unused water is dumped into the sink/waste container. Chapter 204. Lu Sun's appraisal skills. Initially, Lu Ling wanted to tell Elder Tian about the matter, but upon recalling how the other party interrupted his words, he decided not to say anything for fear of incurring his irritation. Since both of you are fine with it, Tian Gang, bring that painting over. After saying this, Elder Tian gestured. Yes. Soon, Tian Gang came over with a large but thin box in his embrace. This is the painting Lu Shi has gifted me. I believe it is fitting of the word perfect. No matter how many times I look at it, I can't help but compliment it. Today, you'll have the blessing to view the work of an incredible master. Elder Tian chuckled as he took out the painting from within the box. I really hope that I can meet a master painter of this caliber before my death and witness his extraordinary skills. Stroking the painting in his hands, respect gleamed in Elder Tian's eyes. There were many similarities between tea brewing and painting. Due to this, he also held a fervent passion for painting. Even though he had yet to reach the level of master, he was still quite knowledgeable in the field. All right, I'll stop talking. I'll let you guys see the painting now. Zhuangxian, Zheng Fei, since you two are skilled in painting as well, You should give your opinions on it too. He carefully unrolled the painting. An ink painting immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. A deer stood on a grass patch, eating the grass warily. Beautiful wildflowers bloomed throughout the surroundings, and for an instant, the spectators could really smell the scent of flowers. Even though it was just a flat painting, the wild deer seemed like it would leap out of the painting at any moment. This is a painting of the 5th level? Right after taking a look, Lu Xun's eyes narrowed and his breathing quickened. As someone from a distinguished painting family, he held a deep understanding of paintings. As such, he was able to see the ingenuity of the painting with a single glance. The level of the painting was clearly beyond that of breathtaking verisimilitude. Even when considering the entire Tianxian kingdom, it was possible that not a single painting of such caliber would be produced in the span of a century. Being able to appraise such a painting was a great honor for him. Even a master painter like his father had never seen a painting of this level. Indeed, it is a painting of the 5th level. However, it is a pity that the painter didn't leave behind his name and the name of the painting. Otherwise, I would have surely paid him a visit personally. Elder Tian shook his head in regret. All right, let's start the appraisal now. Whoever's appraisal is more accurate and on point will be the victor. This time, the 3 master teachers and I will be the judges, so there is no need to doubt the fairness of the judgment. This time, Zhang Laoshe should go first. Since Lu Xun was the one who spoke first last time, for the sake of fairness, Zhang Xian should be the one to go first this time. After Elder Tian finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment. He couldn't stop himself from looking in the direction of Zhang Xian, only to see him staring at the painting with a dumbfounded look. Seeing him in such a state, Elder Tian frowned. A painting of the 5th level was profound, and it was easy for amateurs who didn't understand painting to lose themselves in the painting, unable to discern the painting aside from reality. Clearly, Zhang Laoshe was suffering from such an effect. How could a fellow who was unable to discern the painting from reality understand painting? It seemed like he made the correct decision choosing to conduct a painting test. This Zhang Laoshe shouldn't be a match for Lu Xun at all. After boasting so much, it turns out that you are only on this level. Master Painter? You must be joking. Upon seeing Zhang Xian losing himself in the painting, Tianlong sneered. If Master Yuanyu's words had raised his doubts, seeing the fellow in such a state now made all of them vanish. How could a true master painter be reduced to such a state upon seeing a painting of the 5th level? He must have been too astonished by the sight that he lost himself. Zhang Laoshe, Elder Tian called. Yes. Only then did Zhang Xian recover from his trance. With a bizarre expression, he said, There's no need. I'll allow Lu Laoshe to go first. I will just listen to his appraisal first. All right, I will go first then. However, I hope that you won't find any excuses when you lose later on. Seeing how the other party didn't even have the courage to go first, Lu Xun became disdainful of Zhang Xian. This fellow must have thought that the painting before him was too profound, and he didn't know how he should appraise it. That's why he allowed Lu Xun to go first. Afterwards, he could just make up some comments based on Lu Xun's words. You might have been able to use that move just then, but now that I'm prepared, how can I allow you to do so again? Flicking his sleeves, Lu Xun walked to the middle of the hall. Absolute confidence exuded from his body. As a painting of the 5th level, this painting is left behind by a painting grandmaster. As such, I dare not claim to understand the painting fully, and if there are any mistakes in my appraisal, I'll be depending on everyone here to correct me. Walking forward to the painting, Lu Xun's eyes gleamed with the disposition unique to a master. To appraise a painting of such level, you must slowly zoom in from outward, and slowly dive in from the details to its essence. Thus, I will first talk about the overall painting. Back then, during the competition on tea brewing, he had only spoken of the name of the brewing technique and the tea aroma level, allowing a lot of leeway for the other party to perform. This time, in preparation against that, he intended to speak of all he could on the painting. As long as I say everything that can be said, let's see what you will say later on. Since you like to fake it so much, I will see how you can continue acting when there's nothing for you to say. Even though the painter hasn't left his name behind for this painting, It contains a deep artistic conception within it. With just a single look, you can feel you are in a vast grassland, surrounded by flowers, and watching a wild deer calmly eating grass. My guess is that the grandmaster who painted this painting must have been standing in a vast grassland, taking in the spectacle and tranquility of the sight when inspiration struck him, resulting in the creation of this masterpiece. If a name should be given to it, I think that it should be Burnished Blue Skies. Lu Sun said, Burnished Blue Skies? Not bad. That's an imposing name. I believe that it reflects the painter's state of mind then, awed by the sight before him. Tian Long praised. Did you see that? That's a true master painter, being able to see through the essence of the painting at once, inducing lofty thoughts in others. After that, I will go on to speak about its contents and the painting technique used. Clearly, this painting was painted using the double hook technique. First, the painter drew the outline of the objects before painting in the grand artistry, filling in the colors of the flowers, grasses, and the wild deer. Only through this painting method can one create such a grand painting with such powerful artistry. Lu Sun's eyes were glowing. Double hook technique? Don't you think that it is dual traversing dragons instead? Zhang Xian couldn't stop himself from commenting. Dual traversing dragons? Do you even know what that means? Before Lu Sun could speak, Tian Long had already burst into laughter. Dual traversing dragons is a technique that street-side craftsmen use when they're pressed for time. It is used for replicating a painting, and even so, only by replicating the same painting over and over again can one successfully replicate a painting down to the minute details. Yet, you say that this fifth-level painting is created through such a technique? Haha, are you sure you understand anything about painting? Tian Long wasn't the only one who stared at Zhang Xian in disdain. Even Elder Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Painting a painting of the fifth level through dual traversing dragons? That was like saying one could display the strength of the powerful dragon subduing palms through executing the basic long fists. Are you sure that you are a master painter and not a comedian? You sure have a vivid imagination. Lu Sun sneered. The contempt in his eyes deepened and his lips curled up in disdain. Disregarding the fellow who didn't know anything about painting, he turned to look at the painting again before continuing. I have just spoken of the overall picture, so I'll touch on the details now. On this aspect, the Grandmaster has drawn them with painstaking detail, making them incredibly lifelike. Looking at these flowers, you can clearly see the veins in them. As for the deer, you can actually make out the fur on its body. As such, even though the painter is a Grandmaster, he likely took a minimum of 2 or 3 days to finish this painting. Only through slowly sculpting the details can one bring out the minute details perfectly and elegantly, making it impossible for the audience to find any fault with it. I must say that this master's patience is outstanding. All flashed in Lu Sun's eyes. After pacing in front of the painting, he added, last but not least, even though this painting has profound artistry, and the painter's name isn't left on it, based on my years of experience of appraising paintings, I can roughly guess his identity. Oh, you're able to guess his identity? Who is it? Hearing his words, Zhang Xian couldn't resist asking. The strange look on his face deepened as well. Putting his hands behind his back, Lu Sun glanced upward, and with haughtiness and incredible confidence, he said, there aren't more than 7 masters in the surrounding kingdoms who are capable of painting such a grand and moving painting in the past century. Of the 7, only 3 of them have produced paintings of this sort in the past. And the 3 of them are, to wit, Senior Jin Mantang from Beiwu Kingdom, Senior Wu Jieqiao from Hanwu Kingdom, and Senior Yun Shaoqing from Xinwu Kingdom. Senior Jin Mantang left behind his masterpiece at the 18-Zhang waterfall, of which the pine trees were painted with forceful strokes, giving the painting a prehistoric feeling. On this aspect, it felt extremely similar to how the wild deer and grassland were drawn, so he should be the most likely suspect. However, Senior Mantang passed away 80 years ago, and if he had left behind this painting, it would likely have been discovered by someone already. Thus, it is highly unlikely for him to be the painter. As for Senior Wu Jieqiao, he specializes in painting animals. It's said that he once painted a white crane lying on the ground, and it attracted a flock of real cranes to wail for their companion's death, eventually dying from grief. Most likely, only someone of his level is capable of painting this wild deer. However, he only specializes in painting animals, not flora and fauna. Most probably, of the kingdoms nearby, the only one who can paint such an outstanding masterpiece is Senior Yun Shaoqing. More importantly, of the three grandmasters, he's the only one who is still alive. So my guess is that this drawing is a work of his, at which Lu Sun stood proudly as he looked at Elder Tian. Good. Your analysis is in-depth and logical. Elder Tian applauded. Did you see that? What is professionalism? This is professionalism. Not only was his analysis logical and backed by evidence, he was even able to deduce the likely painter of the work. As expected of Master Lu Chen's son, his knowledge and discernment were indeed outstanding. He would probably be the victor of this test. All right, Zhang Laoshi, it's your turn. After complimenting Lu Sun, Elder Tian turned to look at Zhang Xian. It's my turn? Are you sure you want me to speak? Zhang Xian asked. Of course. Why, do you want to say that I've already said everything, and that there's nothing left to add? The mockery in Lu Sun's eyes was clear. No. Actually, I can't think of anything to say. After contemplating for a long time, I only have 4 words for it. Zhang Xian said. 4 words. Elder Tian and Lu Sun looked at him, perplexed. Yep. Zhang Xian scratched his head embarrassed. If I'm not wrong, I painted this painting. Chapter 205. Is it my victory? You painted it? The hall fell completely silent. Then a commotion broke out. You said that this painting of the 5th level was painted by you? Zhang Xian, you are going to make me die of laughter. Even if you can't appraise anything about it, you should just admit your defeat. You don't need brag to such an extent. You sure are thick-skinned. Even if you want to brag, there should be a limit. Are you going to tell us that you are Grandmaster Yun Shaoqing next? Know your place. Do you know what a painting of the 5th level means? To think that you would dare to claim that you are the painter. Stop joking. Tianlong, Lu Sun, and Wang Chao sneered. The 3 of them stared at Zhang Xian as though he were a fool. What does a painting of the 5th level mean? Currently, in the entire Tianxian kingdom, there wasn't a single person who was capable of producing a painting of such level. Not even Lu Sun's father, Master Lu Chun, was capable of such a feat, yet a mere low-level teacher of the academy, who wasn't even 20 yet, said that he had created such a painting. If this wasn't a joke, what could it be? Lu Ling, is this the person you intend to accept as your apprentice? He is arrogant and boastful. Do you think that it is fitting for such a person to be a teacher? Elder Tians flung his sleeves as his complexion darkened. Ever since Lu Shi had sent this painting to him, he had hung it on his wall and appreciated it every single day. Regardless of how many times he had seen it, he couldn't help but be impressed by it. All along, he had thought that it was a masterpiece from some grandmaster painter and admired him. Yet this fellow said that he was the one who painted it? It was an insult to this masterpiece. Tian Laoshi, this painting. Upon hearing his teacher's furious interrogation, Lu Ling looked slightly hesitant. Was really painted by Zhang Xian Laoshi? What, you admit that he's arrogant as well? Huh, what did you say? Halfway through the sentence, Lu Ling's words suddenly hit him and he almost fainted. With quivering lips, he asked, He painted it? Yes, this painting was painted by Zhang Laoshi a few days ago. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. Back then, when Huang Yu passed this painting to him, so that he could pass it on to Elder Tian as a gift, her words also stunned him. Even in a Tier 2 kingdom like Beiwu, a painting of the 5th level was a hard-to-come-by treasure. Yet such a treasure came from the hands of a low-level teacher of Hongtian Academy, not even mentioning that the other party wasn't even 20 yet. Even though he had heard from his apprentice directly, he found the matter hard to believe. This. Elder Tian's eyes narrowed and his face flushed with embarrassment. If there were a hole in the hall at this moment, he would have dived in at that instant. As a master teacher, it was impossible for Lu Ling to lie about such things. That meant that the painting really came from the hands of Zhang Laoshi. Elder Tian had been speaking praises of the painter all along, saying that he would like to meet that painter before his demise. Yet now that the painter was before him, he doubted his identity. I don't believe it. Even if he had started learning from his mother's womb, it is impossible for him to produce such an incredible work. Hearing Lu Shi admit to it, Lu Xun gritted his teeth. He had just praised the creator of the painting to the high heavens, be it his technique or his brush strokes. He even guessed the identity of the creator of the painting to be the esteemed Grandmaster Painter. It seemed that all that was missing was for him to bow in reverence to the painting. Yet, it turned out to be the one whom he had been trying to put down all along. This was unacceptable to him. I don't believe it either. Lu Shi, don't be fooled by him. Wang Chao bellowed as well. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhang Xian had already walked up to the painting and his hands gently touched the painting. Whoosh! With a crisp sound, the wild deer seemed to have suddenly came to life. Turning its head around, it leapt out from the painting, dancing for a moment before dissipating into thin air. This is Origin Spirit? The Origin Spirit which only the creator of the painting can trigger? A painting contains the blood, sweat, and tears of its creator, and as such, it is perfectly aligned with the creator's spirit. When a painting reaches the 5th level, as long as the creator touches it, the painting will automatically form a spirit. He really painted it. It was easy to determine the creator of a painting when it reached the level of spirit creation. As long as the creator were to come into physical contact with it, the painting would automatically display its ability to come to life. Seeing the wild deer running about, the aura of the painting seemed to resonate with Zhang Xian Lao Shi. No matter how stupid a person, it was clear that the creator of the painting was him. How is this possible? Lu Xun staggered backward before falling onto the floor. He was on the verge of tears. Just a moment ago, he was still confidently uttering that the creator of the painting was definitely Grandmaster Yun Shaoqing, and that he had used the double-hook painting technique. In the end, reality turned around and slapped him right in his face. Brother, if I knew you are a Grandmaster Painter, I would have never competed with you. Aren't I just looking for a beating? Next to him, Wang Chao and Tian Long convulsed, on the verge of passing out. Especially Tian Long. He finally understood why even Master Yuan Yu treated this fellow with utmost respect, even wanting to learn from him. A Grandmaster who was capable of producing a painting of the 5th level was worthy of that much respect. Grandmaster Zhang Xian, please pardon me for my blindness. With an awful complexion, Elder Tian stood up and clasped his hands together. In an instant, he seemed like he had aged a decade or more. Having immersed his entire life in teaching and enlightening others, he had enjoyed quite a tremendous reputation. To think that he would slip up here. Having Lu Xun compete with a Grandmaster Painter in a painting competition? Was there anything more ridiculous than this? He had intended to help Lu Xun become an apprentice of Lu Shi, but in the end, he simply made things worse. Furthermore, it was the worst kind of worse. It was no wonder that Lu Ling and the others were willing to drop their identities just to convince the other party to become their apprentice. If a Grandmaster Painter who was capable of producing a painting of the 5th level were to become an apprentice, he would immediately be eligible to take the Master Teacher examination. If he passed the examination, his teacher's reputation would definitely resound through the surrounding kingdoms. Without answering Elder Tian's words, Zhang Xian stood before the painting quietly, staring at it. I painted this painting at Master Lu Qin's residence a few days ago. I wasn't standing on a grassland, and I didn't use the double-hook painting technique either. What I used was the dual traversing dragons. Also, the painting took me 47 breaths, not the few days you spoke of. Dual traversing dragons? 47 breaths? Lu Xun's mouth twitched once more. Back then, he had said confidently that even if the one who painted the painting was a Grandmaster, he had to spend at least a few days on it, and it was very likely that he was standing in the midst of a grassland, inspired by the sight before him. Yet, to think it was actually created at home, not to mention in such a short period of time. And what that shocked him the most was that Zhang Xian used the replication technique, which only street-side craftsmen used, to produce a painting of 5th level. You are about to pierce the heavens at this rate. Hearing those words, tears threatened to fall from Tianlong's eyes. Back then, he had humiliated the other party when he talked about this technique. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it turned out that the other party spoke nothing but the truth, and that he was just humiliating himself. Can dual traversing dragons, a technique used to hasten one's painting speed, really create such an incredible painting? Zhang Laoshi, exactly how incredible are you? Ignoring the duo, Zhang Xian touched the painting and said, "May I know if there's any brush and ink here?" "Yes, of course." Elder Tian gestured and Tian Gang immediately rushed out. Soon he brought in a brush and ink. Due to his agitation, he nearly tripped when entering the hall. As long as one wasn't a fool, it was clear that Zhang Laoshi was going to leave his name on this painting. The presence of a signature on a painting could change the value of a painting vastly. Often signed paintings tended to be 10 times more expensive. Not to mention, Zhang Laoshi was such a young grandmaster painter. In a few years' time, when he had become a master teacher and his name had rung loud throughout the surrounding kingdoms, the value of this painting with his name on it would definitely soar exponentially. Of course, the value of the painting was of secondary concern. More importantly, it was an incredible honor to see a grandmaster painter adding his own signature onto the painting. This painting doesn't have the imposing aura Lu Xun spoke of, and neither does it have a profound artistic conception. Thus, it isn't worthy of the name Burnished Blue Skies. At this, Zhang Xian dabbed the brush into the ink, walked up to the painting, and without any hesitation, his brush started to dance around. Shwa shwa shwa. 2 large words appeared on the top of the painting. Wild Deer. Seeing the name he had written, everyone was stunned. They thought that Zhang Xian would give it an awe-inspiring name. Wasn't Wild Deer too casual a name? Candid. This is the level of a true grandmaster, spoke Elder Tian after a moment of silence. Indeed, the center of focus of this painting is the deer. Everything else in the painting frames it. All the artistry and dispositions contained within the painting are brought out through it. Even though the name, Wild Deer, sounds simple and unimpressive, it brings out the main content of the painting, bringing the entire painting up another level. Lu Ling commented in awe. Zhang Laoshi was indeed a remarkable existence. Putting aside the fact that he was able to become a painting grandmaster at such a young age, just the name he came up with was sufficient to bring the entire painting up another level. That isn't just it. If the painting were named Burnished Blue Skies, those who looked at the painting would be affected by it. Their focus would be brought to the contrasting elements instead of the true essence of the painting. On the other hand, Wild Deer might be a simple name, but it doesn't constrain your thoughts. It allows room for your imagination to run, adding to the disposition and artistry of the painting, said Zhuang Xian. Indeed, they are indeed divine words. Zheng Fei nodded his head. Just when he was about to say his piece, he suddenly paused abruptly and pointed ahead. Look. Everyone looked over, only to see the wild deer from the painting leaping out once more. It stared at Zhang Xian fondly and licked his hand a few times before slowly dissipating into thin air. This is spiritual wisdom? A spiritual wisdom realm painting? No, it hasn't reached that level yet. Otherwise, the wild deer would materialize for a longer moment than this. Even so, it isn't too far from it. Just by adding a name, the entire painting was raised by another level, and now, it was just a single step away from reaching the 6th level. Looking at the wild deer's appearance, everyone was stunned. All of their faces flushed with excitement. The first 4 realms of painting were reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude, respectively. The 5th realm was spirit creation. Above spirit creation, there was still a 6th realm, the spiritual wisdom they spoke of. It was said that all of the animals in a painting of this level would possess their own intelligence, and were able to absorb spiritual energy to maintain their form outside the painting for a short period of time, creating a mystical sight. Everyone here had thought that it was just a legend, but to think that they would have the honor of seeing it in person. Even though the wild deer in the painting was still unable to absorb spiritual energy to maintain its form for a longer period of time, just the fact that it was able to display its affection for its creator showed that it had started to gain intelligence. If it were nourished in a location where spiritual energy was in abundance for a century, it might just become a genuine painting of the 6th level. For just a name to bring the painting up nearly an entire level, the 2 words wild deer were indeed worth thousands of gold each. At this moment, everyone stared at the young man before them with fiery eyes. This was especially true for Huang Yu and Bai Sun. They were so excited their bodies were trembling. Ignoring their excitement, Zhang Xian placed the brush down and scanned the surroundings. I'm done with the appraisal. This test, is it my victory? Chapter 206. Gifting tea leaves. Only after hearing those words did everyone remember that the conclusion of the test between him and Lu Sun wasn't out yet. All eyes immediately shot to Elder Tian. You win. Elder Tian sighed bitterly. An appraisal competition against the creator of the painting? What a joke. It would be ridiculous to say that Zhang Xian had lost. More importantly, just by granting the painting a name, the painting was raised by nearly an entire level. Zhang Laosher, here is your spirit-calming tea. Since Zhang Xian had achieved victory, Tian Gang handed the teacup to him. The steam from the tea still lingered above it, and the fragrance tickled Zhang Xian's nose. Even before drinking it, Zhang Xian felt refreshed and energized just by the aroma itself. After taking the teacup, just when everyone thought that the young man would drink it and indulge himself in its fragrance, he simply tilted the cup and poured it onto the floor. Walala! The fragrance of the tea immediately diffused all around the room. Zhang Laosher. Upon seeing such a valuable cup of tea being wasted, Lu Ling, Huang Yu, and the others were astonished. Disbelief shone in their eyes. This was spirit-calming tea, a tea which countless cultivators dream of, only to remain out of their grasp. Even Huang Yu, an assistant master teacher, wasn't qualified to drink it. To pour it away like that. What a waste of precious resources. Everyone looked regretful. Zhang Xian, my grandfather offered you such valuable tea out of goodwill, yet you poured it away like that. What do you mean by that? Tian Long abruptly stood up. His grandfather had his butler present Zhang Xian with the tea, but the other party poured it away in front of him. This was blatant disrespect for Elder Tian. Besides, even Tian Long wasn't qualified to drink the tea. Yet this fellow simply wasted it like that. He found it unforgivable. Infuriated, regardless of whether the other party was a grandmaster painter or not, he immediately rebuked him. Unfortunate. Ignoring the other party's howl, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and looked outside the hall. It seemed as though his attention was somewhere far away. He sighed. Stop putting up a front here. You are the one who poured away the tea, yet you're saying it's unfortunate now. Do you really take the Tian clan as people you can step on like that? Tian Long lashed out. He was the one who poured the tea out, yet he was saying that it was unfortunate now. What the hell are you trying to do? Are you doing it on purpose? Everyone else were perplexed as well. They had no idea what Zhang Laosher was up to. Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and the others stared at each other confused. As master teachers, they possessed incredible discerning capabilities, allowing them to see through many matters. Yet they realized that their discerning abilities were useless before him. They couldn't see through the other party's cultivation, his thoughts, or his intentions. He was a mystery wrapped in an enigma, especially now. Despite the risk of offending Elder Tian, he spilt the tea on the floor. What was he up to? If things went on like this, there'd be no backing down anymore. They were considering whether they should step forward to mediate the situation. Just when everyone was feeling apprehensive of the fight that was about to occur, Zhang Xian turned around to look at Elder Tian. The tea leaves of spirit-calming tea grow at the peak of the ice mountain, granting it its calming and revitalizing properties. It is harvested right after the blooming of its flowers. Usually, when brewed, it should allow one to maintain heart of tranquil water for 100 breaths. Yet this cup could only allow one to maintain the state for 12 breaths. For the effects of such fine tea leaves to be reduced to this state, if this isn't unfortunate, what else can it be? You. How did you know that this cup of tea could only maintain heart of tranquil water for 12 breaths? Elder Tian was initially infuriated by Zhang Xian's actions as well, but upon hearing his words, he was stunned. The effects of spirit-calming tea were clearly stated in the books to last for 100 breaths. However, no matter how Elder Tian brewed the tea, he was only able to maintain its effects for 12 breaths or so. Initially, he thought that it was due to the inaccuracies of the book, but hearing the matter from Zhang Laosher's mouth at this moment, he was astonished. "I thought you didn't drink the tea? If you didn't drink it, how could you have known the effects of my tea?" The tea set, teacups, and teapot are the Emerald Radiance set personally created by Master Potter Wu Qingzi. As for the water, it came from the deep well in Three Gardens platform, and it was exposed to the sun for 2 days straight before boiling it for an hour. And for the brewing technique, you used 7 hearts coiling hands to make the tea. In order to brew this tea, you have cleansed yourself, eaten a vegetarian diet for 7 days straight, and adjusted your state of mind to heart of tranquil water. You went for perfection on every single aspect, fearful that a mistake would occur in the midst of anything. However, it is unfortunate. The effects of the spirit-calming tea you brewed still weren't maximized. Even more so, it could be said to be a failed product. Zhang Xian gestured casually. "You." Elder Tian was flabbergasted. He didn't even notice the teacup in his hands falling onto the table. The words of the other party were completely correct. The water used for steeping the tea leaves was indeed from the deep well in Three Gardens platform. The brewing technique he used was 7 hearts coiling hands, and the tea set used was the Emerald Radiance set. Before brewing the tea, he did cleanse himself and abstain from meat for a week. He had kept all of these a secret, such that even Tian Long didn't know of it. Yet, how did Zhang Laosher find out? More importantly, to know of all of them in detail? It was said that a grandmaster tea brewer could see through the flaws and problems within a tea just by looking, smelling, and tasting it. From there, they could offer the other party instruction, allowing the person to refine their skills. Could it be that Zhang Laosher wasn't just a grandmaster painter, but a grandmaster tea brewer as well? If that were the case, if Zhang Laosher offered him some advice, could it be possible for him to break through his bottleneck and reach an even higher level? Elder Tian trembled, agitated. Just when he was about to consult the other party on this matter, he heard Tian Long angrily howling. "To dare say that the tea which grandfather brewed is a failed product, who do you think you are? Do you think I won't teach you a lesson right now?" Upon hearing these words, Elder Tian's eyebrows twitched and he nearly passed out. In the way of tea, he had reached a bottleneck, and for many years, he had been stuck trying to surpass his limits. Right now, given how the other party was able to see through the mistakes in his spirit-calming tea, if he were to offer him some advice, he might be able to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, his hopes were shattered with the words of this brat. Moreover, you wish to teach a person on the level of a grandmaster in the way of tea a lesson? You unfilial brute. If not for your prejudice of this Zhang Laosher, I wouldn't have been so biased against him. If I hadn't been so rude to him, the other party wouldn't have been so displeased. Damn it. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Shut up. Grandfather. Tian Long didn't expect his grandfather to bellow at him like that. Dumbfounded, he stood blankly on the spot. "Go away. Don't get in the way of us here." Waving him away, Elder Tian hurriedly stood up and walked over to Zhang Xian. Clasping his hands, he bowed earnestly, like a student meeting a teacher. With a respectful tone, he said, "Zhang Laosher is right. The tea I've brewed is indeed a failed product. It doesn't have the effects that a true spirit-calming tea should possess." He had no choice but to admit it. Given how the other party's words were all true, he had likely seen some problem. If he were to reject his opinion vehemently at this moment, he would simply incur the ire of the other party. If so, he would pass by this opportunity to reach greater heights. This spirit-calming tea can allow one to remain in the state of heart of tranquil water for 100 breaths. Hearing Elder Tian admit to it, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Everyone stared at the young man as though he were a monster. Especially so for Huang Yu and Bai Sun. They pulled their hair frenziedly. Wasn't Zhang Laosher completely ignorant of the way of tea when he came? Why could he see through so much now, even making Elder Tian lower his position and admit defeat? Off to the side, Lu Sun and Wang Chao were even more so on the verge of insanity. Isn't this fellow garbage? To be a grandmaster capable of producing a painting of the 5th level at one moment, to able to impress Elder Tian in the field of Way of Tea in the other, where can one find such incredible garbage? Zhang Laosher, I hope that you can point out my mistakes so that I can correct them and not waste such precious tea leaves. After admitting that he was unable to fully unleash the properties of spirit-calming tea, Elder Tian looked at Zhang Xian respectfully. I have come to your Tian residence with the invitation of the 3 master teachers as a guest, yet all I've been welcomed with was contempt ever since my arrival, even to the point of being tested of my capabilities. At this, Zhang Xian shook his head as he glanced at the elder before him. Do you think this is the appropriate way to treat a grandmaster painter? Embarrassment flushed on Elder Tian's face. If the other party were just an ordinary noble, this matter would have no great import. But Zhang Xian was a grandmaster painter, and it was very likely that he was a grandmaster in the way of tea as well. It was one thing to not show a person of such identity the respect befitting of him, but to test him, this was clear contempt for him. The reputation of a master teacher mustn't be sullied, and the same could be said about grandmasters as well. Regardless of which occupation it was, reaching such a level meant that one had surpassed countless others and achieved an incredible level of mastery in the field. Even in conferred kingdoms, they were respected existences. Yet, in a moment of folly, frankly, I don't want to say much. However, on account of your sincerity, I can offer you some advice. Zhang Xian glanced at him thinly. Red wine has to be enjoyed in a wine glass. Even wine has its own silverware. Needless to say, tea. Spirit-calming tea has a calming property, but even though the emerald radiance set is a treasure left behind by an esteemed potter, it is hot in nature. Since heat breeds irritation, how can one remain calm? This is my first piece of advice. The way of tea is an art of tranquility. Your actions of cleansing yourself and abstaining from meat is a form of respect for the art. However, since it should be an art of tranquility, should there be a banquet for it? Given the commotion, your heart is already disturbed. So how can you brew the most perfect spirit-calming tea? This is my second piece of advice. You should keep these 2 points in mind. Perhaps this might be beneficial to your progress in the way of tea. I still have things to attend to, so I will be leaving now. Farewell. Zhang Xian waved and headed outside. Zhang Laosher, please wait. Before Zhang Xian could step out of the hall, Elder Tian hurried forward. Zhang Laosher, your advice has enlightened me. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. After which, he beckoned and a servant brought a box to him. Opening it gently, the deep fragrance of tea leaves gushed into the air. The tea leaves of spirit-calming tea? Given the quantity, 2 taels? Even considering the entirety of Tianxin Kingdom, only 3 taels are produced every year. But you want to gift 2 taels at once? Upon catching scent of the fragrance, the eyebrows of everyone here shot upward. They were all shocked by Elder Tian's gesture. This was definitely a huge gift. Importantly, even Emperor Shenjue didn't have much of a chance to drink it. Through this, it was clear to see how valuable the tea leaves were. Yet Elder Tian gifted 2 taels of tea leaves at once, an amount sufficient for one to brew more than a dozen pots. Wasn't this gesture of goodwill too generous? Looks like, even though Zhang Laosher's advice sounded ordinary, it has enlightened Tian Laosher. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to offer such a generous gift to him. While they were shocked by his gesture, they also understood that a gift didn't come freely. Elder Tian's action of giving so many tea leaves to the other party meant that the other party had pointed out the fundamental errors behind the tea he had brewed, and Elder Tian had benefited greatly from his words. Without even drinking the tea, with just a single look, he was able to point out the problems, resulting in Elder Tian gifting his tea leaves to the other party willingly. How many surprises did this Zhang Laosher hold within him? Was there still more to him that they didn't know of? Chapter 207. Returning to the academy after accepting the tea leaves, Zhang Xian went away without a peep. In the very first place, he didn't intend to attend this birthday banquet at all. If not for Huang Yu and Bai Sun's request, as well as for an opportunity to meet the 3 masters to ask them about the poison aura, he wouldn't have cared about Elder Tian one bit. Even if it was a funeral, he would have never came to such an event. Even though he didn't get an opportunity to ask the three master teachers of the matter, based on their attitude, they would likely come looking for him soon. It wouldn't be too late to ask them about it then. Since that was the case, there was no longer any purpose for Zhang Xian to remain there. As for why Zhang Xian was able to see the flaws in the Elder Tian brood, the reason was simple. The moment Zhang Xian stepped into the hall, the other party was in the midst of brewing tea. As such, the library automatically compiled a book on it, and just by flipping through it, Zhang Xian would know everything about him. If not for that fellow intentionally trying to pit him against Lu Sun and siding with the latter, he wouldn't have been bothered about it and embarrassed the other party in public. You wish to make use of Lu Sun to humiliate me? What a joke. Those who try to slap my face will be sent flying with a slap of mine. It doesn't matter to me whether you are Elder Tian or whoever. There are no exceptions. Elder Tian, Your Majesty, Lu Shi, Shuang Shi, Zhang Shi, we'll be taking our leave as well. Upon seeing Zhang Xian leave, Huang Yu and Bai Sun quickly followed behind him as well. They were the ones who brought Zhang Laoshi here, and they didn't think it appropriate for them to remain here given the situation. The moment they left, the room immediately fell silent. Grandfather, that spirit-calming tea. Why did you suddenly gift so much of it? Tian Long felt indignant. Even if the advice had helped his grandfather, there shouldn't be a need for him to shower the other party with such a generous gift. They had paid a huge price to get someone to pick and process the 2 taels of tea leaves for them. It wasn't something that one could just buy with money. Even his grandfather couldn't bear to drink it on casual occasions, yet to gift it someone else like that. Just thinking of it, Tian Long felt his heart ache. Much? It isn't much at all. Glancing at his grandson, Elder Tian shook his head. Even though his grandson seemed intelligent, and he had entrusted his expectations onto him, at this moment, it seemed that his character and magnanimity were severely lacking. Elder Tian is right. 2 taels of spirit-calming tea isn't much at all. Putting aside the fact that he had offered valuable advice to Tian Laoshi, just the 2 words Zhang Laoshi wrote on the painting are valuable, Emperor Shenjue said. The 2 simple words, wild deer, were truly a priceless treasure. It had raised the already valuable painting of the 5th level by nearly another entire level. Even if they gifted him all of the tea leaves in the Tian residence, they would have still made a profit. Not just that, by this kind gesture, they could reduce the hostility a grandmaster painter felt for them, perhaps befriending him even. I have benefited greatly from Zhang Laoshi's advice. Tian Long, Tian Gang, I'll leave the birthday banquet to you too. I would like some time for myself to digest what I've learned. Perhaps his words may allow my mastery in tea brewing to reach new heights. Elder Tian nodded his head before falling silent. Then we won't be imposing on Tian Laoshi any longer. Lu Ling knew that the other party was inviting them to leave, so he left the hall along with Emperor Shenjue and the others. Your Majesty, we still have things to attend to, so we won't be returning with you to the royal palace. Upon leaving the Tian residence, the trio bade Emperor Shenjue farewell before leaving hurriedly. Needless to say, they were going to look for Zhang Laoshi. He is truly a god among men. Seeing how even the 3 master teachers were impressed by Zhang Laoshi, Emperor Shenjue commented in awe. After which, he turned to a eunuch and said, "Make preparations. I want to watch the teacher evaluation tomorrow as well." "Yes, Your Majesty," the eunuch replied. A while after the 3 master teachers and Emperor Shenjue left the Tian residence, Lu Sun and Wang Chao walked out of the mansion. The moment they left the perimeter of the residence, resentment and indignance immediately burned in their eyes. He is just a low-level teacher. Why? Why? Damn it! Damn it! Lu Sun howled loudly. The hatred in his eyes was so deep it could dye a river black. He thought that the banquet for Elder Tian would be an impetus for a breakthrough, and he would successfully become Lu Shi's apprentice. Never in his dreams did he expect such a conclusion. The fellow he had been looking down on had trampled over his pride numerous times, riling him up so much that he was about to spurt blood. The strong sense of humiliation he felt made him want to go on a rampage. He, Lu Sun, as the son of the emperor's tutor, had lived a smooth sailing life since childhood. All along, He had been the one who humiliated others. When had he ever suffered a setback of this sort? That fellow must have spent all of his effort and time studying painting and the way of tea, so his ability to impart knowledge must be bad. As long as you triumph over him in the teacher evaluation tomorrow, you should be able to return the shame to him, Wang Chao said. Even though Zhang Xian was talented, it was impossible for him to be talented in all aspects. Even if he were truly talented in all aspects, given the limited time and energy a human possessed, he would have to spend a bulk of his time researching painting and the way of tea, thus neglecting his education abilities. The duo were still rather confident in their abilities as teachers, so they didn't believe that they would still lose to Zhang Xian here. I must win the teacher evaluation tomorrow. Hearing his words, Lu Xun nodded his head. He had been humiliated enough today. He couldn't afford to lose to the other party anymore. Wang Chao, don't you know that apothecary? I would like to buy a few pills to give it a try. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Xun turned to look at his friend. Buy a few pills? You mean you want to? Upon recall, Wang Chao was horrified. He quickly shook his head. You can't do it. Even though that can raise your cultivation within a short period of time, it will damage the students' foundations, making it hard for them to improve in the future. I can't care about it anymore. I must win tomorrow. There's no retreat for me now. As long as I win and become Lu Shi's apprentice, I will be able to become a master teacher within 10 years. By then, I can easily repair the trauma they will suffer. In fact, by then, granting them a life of luxury wouldn't mean anything to me. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xun's eyes contained a frenzied gleam. This? Wang Chao hesitated. Wang Chao knew about his friend's talents. He was just a step away from becoming an official painter, and the moment he broke through this bottleneck, he would be eligible to take the master teacher examination. Given the experience he had accumulated as a teacher in the past few years, as well as his study on master teachers, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a master teacher within 10 years. Once he became a master teacher, it wouldn't be a difficult task to make up for these students' losses. He could easily provide them with a life of luxury then, and repairing their trauma wouldn't be impossible whatsoever. All right, we've no time to waste. It's fortunate we haven't returned the 3 million which we borrowed from Emperor Shenjue. That should be sufficient for us to buy 5 pills. Let's go and buy them now. I'm going to make them raise a storm tomorrow. Not only will I triumph over Zhang Xian, I will make everyone know that in the Hongtian Academy, I, Lu Xun, am invincible. Flinging his sleeves, Lu Xun roared. Okay, I'll go take a look now. Knowing that Lu Xun's mind was made up and that it was impossible for him to convince him otherwise, Wang Chao nodded his head. What Lu Xun said made sense. There was no retreat at this point. They had offended Yang Shi in the royal palace, making it nigh impossible for them to become his apprentice. The 3 master teachers had set their sights on Zhang Xian. If the 2 of them were to lose, there wouldn't be any chance for them anymore. Their only hope was the teacher evaluation tomorrow. They had to make everyone know that Lu Xun was the true star teacher in Hongtian Academy, the #1 teacher of the entire Tianqian kingdom, and that Zhang Xian was nothing at all. He wasn't even qualified to vie with them. Weren't you going to give this painting to Elder Tian? Why did it become Lu Shi's present instead? Before Zhang Xian could get too far, Huang Yu and Bai Sun caught up with him. Seated in the carriage, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the matter and asked. Back then, while Huang Yu and Bai Sun were competing over the ink daylily canvas, Zhang Xian suddenly produced paintings of the 5th level, and the pair immediately bought Zhang Xian's works instead. Back then, it seemed that they had intended to buy his painting to present it to another as a gift, so he was curious why it became a gift from Lu Shi instead. Also, where was the painting Bai Sun had bought? Actually, the reason why I asked for the ink daylily canvas was to help Lu Shi prepare a present for his teacher. Thus, it is natural that he was the one who presented it to him, Huang Yu said. As a junior, there's no need for me to present such a valuable present to Elder Tian even if I attended his birthday banquet. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Zhang Xian immediately understood what was going on. Indeed, as a junior, even if she visited Elder Tian, she only had to prepare a novelty of some sort. There was no need for her to present a treasure like the ink daylily canvas. Naturally, She had done it in Lu Shi's stead. As such, it was natural for the gift to be given to Elder Tian through Lu Shi's hands. What about you? As Zhuang Shi's student, there should be no need for you to prepare a gift in his stead, right? Bai Sun's relationship with Zhuang Shi was different from the relationship Huang Yu had with Lu Shi. The latter was in an apprenticeship, whereas the former was just a student. Even though the two of them sounded alike, the standing and identity of the two were on two different levels. Huang Yu might have to look for a birthday present in Lu Shi's stead, but as a student, there shouldn't be any need for Bai Sun to do the same. Actually, Bai Sun scratched his head in embarrassment. It is because Xiao Yu wanted the ink daylily canvas that I asked for it as well. This way, I would have a reason to be with her. As for why I bought the painting from Master Zhang, it is for my father. He likes painting a lot as well. Zhang Xian was speechless. It turned out that this fellow only wanted the ink daylily canvas to flirt with Huang Yu. Just the thought of it was ridiculous. However, his choice wasn't wrong. Only by competing with Huang Yu could he meet her every day. This way, it would make it easier for him to court her as well. Just that, even though Bai Sun was interested in Huang Yu, the same could not be said about the latter. Most likely, the fellow was destined for heartbreak. Bai Sun was just a student of Zhuang Shi. There was no need for him to present a painting of the 5th level to Elder Tian. As an esteemed noble of the country, it wasn't difficult for him to find another suitable gift. As a result, Elder Tian only had the painting of the wild deer, and the other one was still in Bai Sun's possession. Master Zhang, I thought you didn't know anything about the way of tea. Then how did you? After a while, when Hongtian Academy was already in sight, Huang Yu couldn't help but ask. That fellow had clearly shown his ignorance in the subject earlier, and it didn't seem like he was faking it. Yet how did he manage to point out the mistakes in Tian Long's and Elder Tian's ways of tea, even completely impressing Elder Tian? It's true that I didn't know anything about it. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Even though there were many books regarding the way of tea in his head, he hadn't had the chance to browse through them yet. As a result, it wasn't a lie to say that he didn't know anything about the topic. Then, Huang Yu and Bai Sun were confused. If you don't know anything about the subject, how could you speak so confidently and stump them with your words? Shouldn't you come up with a better lie than that? I just happened to flip through a few books on the way of tea in the past and freely spoke of them. It was a coincidence that I managed to guess them correctly. Zhang Xian replied casually. Freely spoke of them? Bai Sun and Huang Yu stared at each other speechless. Brother, if you don't want to tell us the truth, just say so. You won't fool anyone with that ridiculous excuse of yours. Do the two of us look like fools to you? Since we've arrived at the academy, I'll be bidding you two farewell. Even though the duo clearly didn't believe his words, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to explain to them. With a smile, Zhang Xian hopped off the carriage. He had finally arrived at Hongtian Academy. After a few days of absence, he was curious to see how far Zhaoya and the others had progressed. Chapter 208. The Hongtian Academy was bustling with people. The freshman tournament was about to begin. 10,000 students had been enrolled in the academy, and after half a month of study, it was time to check on the results of their training. Who do you think will be first place in the tournament this time? I still think it's the person who got number 1 during the entrance examinations. Right after enrollment, his cultivation reached Fighter 2 Dan. A month has passed since then, so he should be much stronger by now. The freshman tournament isn't just relying on strength. Besides, even if he was strong before his enrollment, it doesn't mean that he will still be strong now. I've heard that the few new students under Lu Laoshi who were going to participate in the teacher evaluation have all reached Fighter 2 Dan. Furthermore, they weren't his direct disciples. It will be hard to tell whether he can beat them. But that guy is a student of Lu Laoshi too, right? Seems like even if first place isn't that guy, it should be someone under Lu Laoshi's tutelage. Of course, of the top 500 in the entrance examination, at least 300 of them have come under Lu Laoshi's tutelage. Even if they don't want to get first place, there must be someone that can match up to them first. By the way, who do you think will win in the teacher evaluation? Zhang Xin Laoshi or Lu Laoshi? Win? Are you stupid? Does that question even need to be asked? In what way is Zhang Xian Laosher qualified to compete against Lu Laosher? Even if the Education Bureau had intentionally suppressed him, causing his teacher qualification examination results to be reflected wrong, his result in the past year wasn't terrific either. That's true. See, to tell you the truth, I heard that the fellow intentionally provoked Lu Laosher to make fame for himself. After causing his students' cultivation to go berserk, he still dares to challenge Lu Laosher to a teacher evaluation. I really don't know how a person's skin can be so thick. The news that I've heard is completely different from yours. I heard that Zhang Xian Laosher is a noble person and has already reached Pishua realm. In order to uphold the Academy's prestige, he had been keeping mum about the matter, tolerating all of the insults by himself. I've also heard that. Rumors have it that his student was afflicted with innate sealed meridians, and he intentionally caused his student's cultivation to go berserk so that he could surpass his limits. That person is Zhao Yanfeng. I've met him a few times. Not only did Zhang Laosher help resolve his problem, he even helped him break through his cultivation. Right now, he's already a Fighter 2 Dan expert. Grateful to Zhang Laosher, he wanted to go under his tutelage once more. This event incurred Lu Laosher wrath, resulting in Lu Laosher challenging Zhang Laosher to the teacher evaluation. Are you serious? Is that true? It's definitely true. I heard this info from a friend I'm familiar with. All kinds of discussions and theories floated around the place. Some said that Zhang Xian overestimated himself, while others said that he was forced to accept the challenge. At this point, it was hard to tell what the truth was anymore. Due to Yao Han's intentional spreading of the news of the Education Bureau, nearly everyone in the academy was aware of it now. However, most of the students were still hesitant to believe it. After all, Lu Sun's reputation in the academy was simply too great. Even though Zhang Xian had cleansed himself of the grief from scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, it was hard for him to establish a towering image in the hearts of the students within such a short period of time. However, Zhang Xian wasn't bothered by this matter at all. In any case, tomorrow's teacher evaluation would determine everything. Rather than wasting his time on this matter, he might as well focus on raising the strength of those students of his. Soon he arrived at his classroom. Zhang Laosher, Zhao Ye, and the others were all present. Each of them were spirited and emitted a powerful aura. Not bad. Seeing the status of his students, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He was glad that he didn't waste his efforts. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Ye, Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, or Yuan Tao, each of them had improved significantly. They were completely different from how they were half a month ago. Not only this, even the students who had just listened in on the lessons, Wang Tao, Wang Yin, and Zhao Yanfeng, had also improved significantly. Even though Zhang Xian didn't conduct many lessons, every word in his lecture pointed straight toward the essence of cultivation. Learning under him helped them further comprehend cultivation as a topic, and naturally, this helped them raise their cultivation faster. What is that? After praising them, just when Zhang Xian was about to start meeting them one by one, Zhang Xian suddenly caught sight of something in the corner of the room. There were a few pots placed by the side, and the contents inside them were all pitch black. Perplexed, Zhang Xian asked them. He clearly remembered not seeing such an object in the classroom before. Zhang Laosher, it is ink. Wang Ying's face flushed as she said softly. Ink? Zhang Xian was confused. Why would there be a pot of ink in the classroom? What he taught was cultivation, not culture. There was no need for him or the students to paint beautiful ink paintings or write elegant calligraphy, so there was no reason for these objects to be in the classroom. Upon hearing his question, the several students fell into a silence of awkwardness. What's wrong? Could there be a reason behind this? Yuan Tao, speak. Seeing the bizarre expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Yuan Tao didn't expect Zhang Laosher to single him out, and his face immediately scrunched up as though he had eaten a bitter gourd. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "It's like that. Due to the awakening of Zhao Ye Xiaojia's purine body, she has become even more beautiful. As such, many students wish to court her." Court? Only then did Zhang Xian realize the change in Zhao Ye's appearance from the awakening of the purine body. Regardless of whether it was her looks or her nature, she seemed completely different from before. Compared to the domineering young mistress in the past, she was now an elegant young lady. In terms of appearance, she was superior even to Shanbairu. It was no wonder that other students started to admire and approach her. So if someone comes to find her, what is the purpose of the ink? Zhang Xian was even more perplexed. Even if Zhaoya became prettier and other men came to pester her, it would suffice to chase them away. In the academy, it was unlikely for them to go too far. Besides, the strength of his students had risen greatly. If someone tried to harass Zhaoya, they would likely leave with a swollen face. By no means were Zheng Yang, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao people who would allow others to climb over their head. It was impossible for them to watch obediently as others tried to poach Zhaoya over to their sides. We have chased away all of the students, but Yuan Tao scratched his head as he laughed awkwardly. But recently, 3 perverted old men had been loitering around the classroom. Based on their movements, we wouldn't be able to defeat them. So we prepared some ink to pour on them. It's rumored that ink can vanquish lust, and after they had been splashed by this ink, those 3 perverted old men should feel embarrassed to continue loitering here. Perverted old men? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Are you sure that they aren't teachers of the academy? I'm sure that they aren't. I know all of the teachers in the school, but there aren't any teachers with appearances like theirs. Just by looking at their leering faces, I'm sure that they are up to no good. The one who spoke this time was Zheng Yang. I kept seeing them hiding in the corner in the past few days, pointing to Zhaoya and Wang Ying, discussing them. Sometimes, they even nodded their heads while smiling. I am sure that they are up to no good. Pointing to Zhaoya and Wang Ying and discussing them? When did such shameless fellows appear in the academy? From the confidence in his student's tone, Zhang Xian didn't think that he was lying. His forehead wrinkled. For old men to be peeping on and discussing 16, 17-year-old girls, they were indeed lecherous. All right. Zhang Xian also agreed with their opinions that the old men were up to no good and nodded his head. You all should be on guard. Zhaoya and Wang Ying, don't go out by yourselves for the next few days. If you meet those 3 old men again, feel free to use the ink to splash them. Since they were able to get into the academy, they probably had esteemed identities. It was already embarrassing for them to be stalking young girls in public, and if they were to be splashed with ink, they should probably understand how shameful their actions were and leave of their own accord. Of course, he would try to remain in the academy for the next 2 days. If the old men were to strike once more, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson personally. Hooray for Zhang Laoshi. I've already said that Zhang Laoshi is an understanding person and he wouldn't blame us for that. Upon hearing Zhang Xian approving their actions, the students cheered happily. All right, let's get down to business. Yuan Tao, follow me in first. I'll take a look at how your cultivation is going. The teacher evaluation was tomorrow, so Zhang Xian needed a clear idea of the current strength of his students by today. At the same time, he could offer them some instruction. Perhaps, through this, they would improve a bit more before the duel with Lu Sun's students. Even if it was just a mild improvement, it might just be the determining factor in the battle. The duo walked into the partitioned room, and Yuan Tao closed the door behind him. After which, Zhang Xian gestured. Show me your battle technique. Yes. Yuan Tao nodded his head. His fist shot out, making the wind howl. The might behind his fist was astonishing. Even though his cultivation didn't improve greatly, still in Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Intermediate Stage, his strength was astounding. That punch of his had caused a sonic boom. This strength. Zhang Xian was surprised. His ability to produce a sonic boom with his fists meant that his strength and defensive ability had reached astonishing levels. Even Fighter 3 Dan Junshi Realm cultivators might find it difficult to endure a punch with that power. As expected of the Emperor's bloodline, even though only 10% of it has been awakened, it is still able to induce such an incredible growth in strength and defense. The unique constitutions were indeed extraordinary, befitting of their enormous reputations. Even though Yuan Tao's cultivation was still the lowest among his 5 students, his offensive and defensive abilities were extremely fearsome. Your cultivation still isn't good enough. Whenever you cultivate and gather spiritual energy, you are too focused on the absorption of spiritual energy thus failing to align your physical condition along with it. I will impart you with a cultivation method now. As long as you cultivate with it, it shouldn't be difficult for you to reach Jushi Realm Advanced Stage today, said Zhang Xian, after taking a single look. After the other party had executed his punching routine, a new book on Yuan Tao formed in his head. After reading through the contents within, Zhang Xian gained a clear idea of the problems and flaws in Yuan Tao's cultivation. Yes. Yuan Tao hurriedly nodded his head and turned his attention to memorizing the cultivation method. It didn't take him long before he remembered the entire formula. Okay, call Zhaoye in. After instructing Yuan Tao on what he should do, Zhang Xian waved him out. Soon, Zhaoye walked in. The purine body was indeed incredible. Upon its awakening, Zhaoye exuded the disposition of a fairy from the upper realms who had descended onto the mortal world. Not to mention, Zhaoye was originally a beautiful maiden. With the augmentation from her constitution, every single movement of hers exuded indescribable grace. Given her looks and nature, any male students matched against her will immediately admit his defeat upon seeing her smile. The heavens were indeed unfair. Given Zhaoye's outer appearance, if her opponent was a male, he might not even try to lay his hands on her. Show me your battle technique. Yes. Zhaoye nodded her head, clenched her fist, and punched out. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The sound of wind filled the entire room. Your strength. After a book was formed in the library, Zhang Xian flipped it open and took a look. The next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Voila. Boom. What are you all doing? The nerve. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, he heard the sound of a pot shattering, after which, furious roars resounded. What's going on? Frowning, Zhang Xian immediately walked out of the room. Chapter 209. Poison Hall. It was already chaotic outside. Zhang Yang was wielding a spear whereas Wang Ying was in a battle stance. Meanwhile, Yuan Tao was carrying the tables and chairs in the classroom, glaring fiercely at the intruders. At the entrance of the classroom, ink was splattered all over the floor. There were 3 fellows who were drenched black standing at the entrance, fuming. Clearly, just when they were about to enter, Zhang Xian's students immediately threw ink at them. Zhang Laoshi, these are the 3 shameless men who had been peeping on us every day. To still be peeping on girls at your age, don't you feel embarrassed? Upon seeing Zhang Xian walk out, Yuan Tao and Lu Yang hurriedly shouted at the trio. However, before they could finish speaking, they saw the mouth of the usually calm Zhang Laoshi twitch, then his entire body staggered, and it seemed as though he was about to fall to the ground. Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zheng Shi, why are you all here? Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. Back then, when he heard his students say that there were 3 lecherous old men hiding by the corner peeping on them, Zhang Xian took their words as truth. Never in his wildest dreams could he have expected that it would be the 3 master teachers. As master teachers, they could just walk in through the front door to look for me, disguising themselves and hiding in the corner. What were they up to? Due to that, a misunderstanding arose and they were splattered with ink, causing this awkward situation. Not just that, they were even criticized as shameless and lecherous. Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, Zheng Shi. Hearing the words that Zhang Laoshi uttered, Zhang Yang, Zhaoye, and the others staggered. The 3 master teachers arriving at the capital was a huge affair, and the students in Hongtian Academy had already long since heard of the event. Naturally, they also knew of their names as well. Initially, they thought that the few old men who had come to peep on them were just lewd perverts who were lusting over Zhaoye's beauty. To think that it would actually be the famous 3 master teachers in the capital. Weren't master teachers supposed to be prestigious figures who were difficult to even catch a glimpse of? Why did they suddenly appear here and stalk them? Zhang Laoshi, are you mistaken? Where can one find master teachers who act so pervertedly, wearing these kinds of clothes and hiding in the corner, afraid of us noticing them? Zhang Yang couldn't help from saying, mistaken? Zhang Xian nearly choked on his spit. The hell, what was with the students he was teaching? Other people usually brought trouble to their father and their grandfather. Yet his students were clearly intent on preparing his grave for him. The other party were all master teachers. With a single stomp of their legs, even Emperor Shenjue would cower in fear. Yet, not only did you all not apologize after splattering ink on them, you even said that they were perverted. Perverted your head. Frankly, I really want you all to admit that it was your fault. This way, the problem can be settled easily. How do you expect me to deal with such a situation? Zhang Xian felt so depressed that he could cry. On the other hand, the three master teachers felt so infuriated that their lips were twitching non-stop. They felt so humiliated by this affair that the thought of suicide passed through their minds. Right after leaving Elder Tian's residence, they immediately rushed to the academy and headed to Zhang Xian's classroom. Yet the moment they walked in, they saw pitch-black ink flying right at them. Stunned by the sight before them, they didn't even have the time to react. The hell is going on? We are master teachers. Regardless of where we go, we are influential figures who are held in high regard. Yet why were we splashed with ink here? Why are we treated as perverts here? If word spreads, how can we face others? Zhang Laoshi, I am certain that it is the three of them. In the past 2 days, they have been loitering around the classroom, peeping on us. I find it hard to believe that they don't have any bad intentions in mind. Afraid that Zhang Laoshi might not believe Zheng Yang's words, Wang Ying added on. I can also vouch for it. Even if they were reduced to ashes, I would recognize them. Lu Yang said decisively. Shut your traps. Seeing how these students were so unreliable and getting worse with their words, Zhang Xian couldn't stand it any longer. After bellowing at his students, he mustered his courage and walked up. Master teachers, I apologize for bringing you all trouble. I will teach them a lesson later. There's no need to worry about it. The ignorant aren't guilty. Forget it. It's our mistake as well. Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and Zheng Fei squeezed out smiles on their crying faces. Yuan Tao, Zheng Yang, hurry up and buy some clothes for the three master teachers. Seeing that the trio didn't intend to pursue this matter, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Kicking Yuan Tao and Zheng Yang's rears, he roared. Yes, yes. At this moment, everyone finally understood that these three lecherous old men were true master teachers. Their faces immediately turned green with fear. There wasn't anyone in this world who didn't know how fearsome a master teacher was. Yet they threw ink in the faces of three master teachers instantly, reducing them to such states. They truly felt like crying now. But it really wasn't intentional. Who could have thought that noble master teachers would disguise themselves and loiter around their classroom to peep at them, even talking about them? Master teachers, have you been hanging around here for the past few days? Asked Zhang Xian after getting a towel for the trio to wipe away the ink from their faces. As master teachers, instead of indulging yourselves in the luxuries in the royal palace, why would you all come here? Even if you want to take me as your apprentice, upon knowing that I'm not here, there shouldn't be any reason for you all to be hanging around my students, talking about them. Oui. Hearing Zhang Xian's straightforward words, the three master teachers' mouths opened, but they couldn't say a single word due to awkwardness. What could they say? That they'd heard of his deeds, and that they wanted to see it for themselves? Peeping on his students to gather information on him, they would have to abandon their prestige as master teachers to say such words. I have an old friend in Hongtian Academy, and he happened to be free the past few days. So we've been coming around to see him. Also, the atmosphere is not bad. So, we thought that it would be good to spend our time here, the quick-witted Zheng Fei said with a smile. Atmosphere is not bad? Zhang Xian looked at them with strangely. He had seen people who could speak lies with a straight face, but he had never seen someone who could spout such an obvious lie so brazenly. My classroom is at the very corner of the academy, the worst location in the compound. How inexperienced of the world must you be to think that the atmosphere is not bad? Besides, do you have friends in Hongtian Academy? Why haven't I heard of it? If you really have friends here, you would have come much earlier than this. Oh, is that the case? My students are still inexperienced. That's why they thought that you were up to no good. Please pay them no heed. In order to prevent the atmosphere from turning awkward, Zhang Xian didn't expose the blatant lie. Soon, Yuan Tao and Zheng Yang returned with new clothes. After the three master teachers changed into them, they felt much more comfortable. Zhang Laoshi, You should probably know the reason why we came to look for you. Regaining the disposition of a master teacher, Lu Ling looked at the young man before him with a smile. After the past few days of observation, they were extremely pleased with both Zhang Laoshe and his students. They would have truly won the lottery if they could accept an apprentice of such caliber under their wings. Knowing that the three of them were true master teachers, the several students immediately focused all of their attention onto the conversation between them to see what was going on. I can roughly guess. The three master teachers hoped to take me in as your apprentice, right? Knowing that he had to face this sooner or later, Zhang Xian dived right into the subject. Apprentice? The three master teachers want to accept Zhang Laoshe as their apprentice? If Zhang Laoshe accepts it, he would be an assistant master teacher? Upon hearing those words, the faces of Zhao Ye and the others immediately flushed with excitement. The dream of all teachers was to become a master teacher, and the requirement of being an apprentice of a master teacher eventually turned out to be the barrier preventing them from attaining their dream. Only when one became a master teacher's apprentice would one have the chance to become a master teacher. Instead of finding Lu Sun Laoshe, the three master teachers came straight for Zhang Laoshe. How could they not be excited? MHM, that's right. The three of us have such an intention. You can feel free to choose whomever you wish to join. Upon seeing that the other party understood the situation, Lu Ling nodded his head with satisfaction. Feel free to choose whomever he wishes to join? His students were so excited they wanted to jump up and down. That's to say that all three of the master teachers had their sights set on Zhang Laoshe? Zhang Xian scratched his head embarrassed. May I reject the offer? Putong, Putong, Putong. Zhao Ye and the others fell to the floor. For someone to reject becoming the apprentice of a master teacher? Surely we heard wrong. Reject? Unable to believe their ears, Lu Ling and the others were stunned. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Possessing the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian was destined for great heights. Honestly, Zhang Xian found Lu Ling and the others nowhere near good enough. We understand that we're being a little too rash on the matter, so you need not hurry to give us your reply. How about this? We'll give you some time to consider the matter. It isn't too late to reply to us tomorrow. Not expecting the other party to reject him, Lu Ling knew that he had been a little rash on this matter and smiled awkwardly. It's all right to answer tomorrow as well. Give it a good thought today. Without the identity of an assistant master teacher and a master teacher's recommendation, it is impossible for one to take the master teacher examination, Zhuang Xian added. Indeed, given your capability and your talents, it is a waste if you don't become a master teacher. Zhang Fei chirped in as well. Oh, I will think over the matter then. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Zhang Xian had decided to take the master teacher examination, but he was reluctant to acknowledge any of these three fellows as his teacher. It wasn't for any other reason than because these three had been trying to become Yang Shi's students. They were giving their all to become his students while trying to take Zhang Xian as their student. What in the world was this? That's good. We'll come over tomorrow then. Seeing that the other party didn't directly reject them, they heaved sighs of relief. Right, Lu Shi, Zhuang Shi, and Lu Shi. I happen to have a question to ask you three. Seeing that the other party didn't persist on the matter, Zhang Xian thought of the poison aura in his body and opened his mouth to ask the question. Oh? Feel free to speak of whatever it is that's on your mind. As long as it's something we know of, we'll try our best to help you. Lu Ling stroked his beard. Since that's the case, I would like to ask where I can find books on poison. The more, the better. Zhang Xian spoke. As Zhang Xian had no idea what the poison aura in his body was, it would be hard for him to ask the master teachers about it. Also, it might also result in unnecessary trouble, so he might as well just ask them for books. In any case, as long as there were sufficient books on poison, through the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian should be able to easily find out what poison it was, and solving the problem would be simple then. Books regarding poison? Not expecting the young man before them to ask such a question, the three master teachers exchanged glances. In the field of poison, no one can surpass the poison hall. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ling said this with a grim expression. Poison hall? Zhang Xian was confused. Even though there were many books regarding poison in the Tianxian Kingdom book collection vault, There wasn't any record of such a location. Thus, this was the first time Zhang Xian was hearing the term as well. Yeah, poison hall. Lu Ling nodded his head. Chapter 2 Tin Teacher Acknowledgement First Half. Actually, the Poison Hall refers to the Poison Master Guild. Poison Master Guild? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes blankly. Since it's a guild, it should be called Poison Master Guild, just like the Apothecary Guild, Blacksmith Guild, and Teachers Guild. Why would it be called the Poison Hall? The name sounded eerie. Do you feel like since it's a guild, it should just name itself as a guild just like the others? Are you wondering why it would be called the bizarre name of Poison Hall? Seeing through Zhang Xian's doubts, Lu Ling explained, actually, this has something to do with the identity of poison masters. Poison masters are adept in utilizing poison. Often, their means can get through the guard of others, inducing massive fear against them. Reviling their underhanded means, they are classified in the lower 9 paths. On the other hand, due to their fearsome means, countless experts of the continent allied together to deal with the Poison Master Guild. Back then, when the guild was destroyed, countless poison masters died in the ordeal. Afterwards, even though they had managed to pass down their heritage, in fear of the same thing occurring to them once more, they dared not appear in the world. As a result, they secretly formed the Poison Hall and hid amid the mountains and rivers. This is precisely the reason why, even though there are poison masters, they are hard to find within the kingdom. If one has to speak of a place which has the most books on poison, it has to be here. It's just that even I cannot confirm its exact location. Lu Ling shook his head. Zhang Xian smiled wryly. In the end, Lu Ling's words turned out to be pointless. What Zhang Xian needed now were books on poison. If he was unable to find the Poison Hall, there wasn't any point listening to all of this. Playing with poison is extremely dangerous. Many poison masters, in order to concoct more potent poisons, often use their own bodies as test subjects. As such, very few of them live for long. Very few people want to come into contact with poison without sufficient reason. Zhang Laoshi, may I know what you intend to do by asking for books of this kind? The 3 master teachers were perplexed. Due to the lethal nature of poison, unless one possessed a great hatred for someone stronger than them and needed the strength of poison to exact their vengeance, very few people would dabble in it. Even if people didn't try the poison they concocted for themselves, coming into contact with poison daily would also result in minute doses of it being absorbed into their body daily. Eventually, it would accumulate, so most poison masters couldn't live for long. This had also caused most of their personalities to be eccentric. It could be said that just speaking of this occupation was sufficient to leave people apprehensive. Very few people would be willing to come into contact with it. This Zhang Laoshi refused to become their apprentice and asked them about this matter instead. The master teachers couldn't stop from feeling curious about this matter. I am just asking out of curiosity. Zhang Xian smiled. He couldn't speak about the matter of him being poisoned. Otherwise, it would lead to questions like, why isn't the poison acting up? Or, why is your Jinqi so pure? And eventually, it might expose the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path. This item was his greatest secret, and he would never tell anyone about it. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to say anything about the matter, Lu Ling asked no further either. After pondering for a moment, he added, actually, even though I don't know the exact location of the Poison Hall, I've heard that there is a Poison Hall branch in the Red Lotus Ridge, which is in the extreme northwest of Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom. Of course, this is only hearsay. As for whether there is truly a branch there, I can't really confirm it. Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom? Zhang Xian nodded his head. A book regarding the country appeared in his head. If they had a 1-star master teacher backing the country, it would be eligible to be ranked as a Tier 2 kingdom. Given how Tianxian Kingdom had no master teachers at all, it could only be considered as an unranked kingdom. Tianwu Kingdom was the strongest kingdom of the surrounding territories, reaching the level of Tier 1. It was even higher ranked than the Beiwu Kingdom Lu Ling came from. It was said that there was a 2-star master teacher backing the country. This country wasn't too far from Tianxian Kingdom. They could even be considered as close neighbors since they both bordered the Red Lotus Ridge. Other than the Poison Hall, the Master Teacher Pavilion also has books on all occupations. Plenty of them are on poison too. Even though the quantity and quality can't be compared to the former, the size of its collection far exceeds that of some countries. If you only wish to gain an understanding of the occupation, you should visit the Master Teacher Pavilion to take a look. But of course, if you wish to enter the book collection vault, you have to first pass the Master Teacher examination. Zhuang Xian smiled. It seemed like he hadn't given up on the idea of having Zhang Xian come under him as his apprentice. Master Teacher Pavilion? Yeah. Even though Master Teachers come into the Teachers Guild in name, due to their prestigious identity, the guild isn't capable of interfering in their affairs. Thus, another autonomous organization was created to govern the Master Teachers and conduct examinations. It's known as the Master Teacher Pavilion. Zhuang Xian added, the Master Teacher Pavilion is actually just like any other guild. The treasures and secret manuals within are only accessible by Master Teachers. Its book collection vault contains the knowledge of countless occupations, so there's surely books regarding poison there. Oh. Zhang Xian nodded his head. It seemed that if he wasn't able to find the poison hall, becoming a Master Teacher and entering the book collection vault of the Master Teacher Pavilion could solve his current problem too. All right, we hope that you can give this matter more thought. Given your talent, as long as you study diligently, you will surely be able to become a Master Teacher one day. You shouldn't think too much about other things. The four of them chatted a while longer, but upon seeing that the young man seemed to be truly disinterested in becoming their apprentice, Lu Ling offered Zhang Xian advice before leaving with the other two. They knew that it was best to slowly convince a talented teacher like Zhang Xian instead of pressuring him. Perhaps he might truly change his mind within a couple of days. If they were to keep persistently questioning him about the matter, it might have the opposite effect instead. After the trio left, the several students immediately ran up to Zhang Laoshi. Admiration glimmered in their eyes. Did you see that? Other teachers would definitely lose their mind upon hearing that a Master Teacher wanted to accept them as their student. Yet our Zhang Laoshi simply rejected 3 Master Teachers calmly. Isn't he too incredible? Don't give me those looks. I haven't settled the score with you all from the recent event. Zhang Xian's complexion darkened. These brats had actually said that the 3 Master Teachers were lecherous peeping toms. It was fortunate that it was only ink and the other party didn't intend to pursue the matter. Otherwise, even Zhang Xian would be stumped by this problem. After rebuking them, he went ahead to guide them one by one. After all was said and done, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of satisfaction. Even though these fellows were mischievous and unreliable, they were extremely serious in their training, not slacking off in the least. Other than Yuan Tao, his other students had all reached Fighter 2 Dandantian realm. Initially, he thought that the one who would improve the most would be Zhang Yang, but contrary to his expectations, it turned out to be the weak-looking Wang Ying. In just a short few days, her cultivation had soared. Not only did she break through the Fighter 2 Dan barrier, she reached the pinnacle of Fighter 2 Dan intermediate stage, and she was currently just a step away from reaching advanced stage. The rate of her improvement was nothing short of shocking. Even though this lass may seem airhead on the surface, and she blushed easily when speaking with others, she actually possessed an extraordinarily determined will. When she hardened her resolve to accomplish something, not even Zhao Yu would be able to best her. His other students had also done well. However, that was to be expected. After all, he had imparted them with the cultivation techniques and battle techniques compiled by the library. If they were unable to achieve such a level of improvement, it would truly be embarrassing. Through the library, Zhang Xian could tell that his 5 students had been secretly cultivating a joint attack formation. Taking a single look, there weren't any disadvantages to the formation. Instead, it augmented their combined fighting power. As long as they weren't fooling around, Zhang Xian wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Nurturing a student was different from raising a plant or a pet. A teacher ought to guide them onto the right path and impart them knowledge to help with their cultivation. Otherwise, if a teacher restricted them in whatever they did, they would lose their independence, becoming nothing more than puppets. It was just like how the rote learning method in Zhang Xian's previous life had killed the creativity of numerous children, mass-producing adults who were only capable of testing well. Right after finishing his lecture, Zhang Xian would leave the classroom. In fact, there were times he would stay out for several days. While there were compelling reasons for his absence, Zhang Xian wasn't being irresponsible. Rather, He was worried that if he kept interfering in their training, it might impede them from becoming true experts in the future. A true teacher should impart knowledge and guide students, but not restrain them. In order to take the master teacher examination, I need to become an apprentice. But I don't want to acknowledge Lu Ling and the others as my teacher. After instructing his students one by one, Zhang Xian fell into a dilemma once more. Apprentice, master teacher, apprentice. It felt cyclical, leaving Zhang Xian with a splitting headache. Right, I can choose to become my own apprentice instead. After being conflicted for a period of time, a thought abruptly appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. Other than Zhang Xian, wasn't he Yang Shi as well? In the minds of others, Yang Shi was a master teacher as well. If Zhang Xian became his apprentice, wasn't he also qualified to take the master teacher examination? Even if Yang Shi was unable to provide a recommendation letter for him, he could ask Lu Ling and the others to do so in his place. When Yang Shi asks for a favor, who wouldn't comply? I'll do it that way then. Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian left the academy and headed toward his mansion. If he wanted to become Yang Shi's apprentice, Yang Shi had to speak. Leaving the academy, Lu Ling and the others smiled bitterly at their failure of being unable to take Zhang Xian as their apprentice. Putting aside a remote country like Tianxian Kingdom, even in Beiwu Kingdom and Hanwu Kingdom, as long as they showed the slightest bit of intention of taking an apprentice, countless star teachers would come fighting for the position. Yet they had revealed their intentions clearly to this fellow, only to be rejected by him. They very much so wondered what was in his head. To be able to reach an astounding level of mastery in painting, pill forging, and the way of tea at such a young age, it is natural for him to be complacent. Lu Ling commented, remembering the varied and incredible feats the other party had done. Indeed, we need not hurry. Tomorrow is the teacher evaluation between him and Lu Sun. Perhaps he's thinking of achieving a flawless victory before coming under us. This way, it would be much more justified and glorious. Zhuang Xian guessed upon remembering the event. That's possible. The other two nodded their heads in unison. The reason for his rejection might be due to this matter as well. Otherwise, even if he was unwilling to become their student, would he be willing to give up on the opportunity to become eligible for the master teacher examination? This was the pursuit of all teachers in the world. It was just like becoming an expert in the path of cultivation. It was something that no one in the occupation would be able to resist. We must come over to watch tomorrow's duel. However, before that, should we deal with our personal affairs first? Lu Ling suddenly said, You mean, acknowledging Yang Shi as our teacher? Zhuang Xian's eyes lit up. It was impossible for a person to only have a single master in their entire life. This logic applied to master teachers too. Upon reaching higher levels, one could acknowledge another teacher to learn from them. Indeed, since Yang Shi was able to easily help Shen Hong and Zheng Fei achieve breakthroughs, it is clear that his methods are much more advanced than ours. If we can acknowledge him as our teacher, we might be able to break through our bottleneck and gain the qualification to become 2-star master teachers. In fact, we might even pass with a single attempt with his guidance. The more Lu Ling said, the brighter his eyes shone. A good teacher would be beneficial to their future development. After the past few incidents, Yang Shi had fully displayed his extraordinary capabilities. If they could acknowledge him as their teacher, they might be able to reach greater heights, reaching the level in their dreams, but beyond their reach. Chapter 211 Teacher Acknowledgement Second Half. To qualify for the 2-star Master Teacher examination, besides possessing 2 supporting occupations, one's cultivation must also be at least of Zhongshe realm. Throughout the years, we have visited countless experts to seek advice on our cultivation, but even so, we are unable to make the final breakthrough. Our only hope is with Yang Shi. Zhuang Xian nodded his head as well. When one becomes a Zhongshe, his lifespan is increased. Just this in itself is an allure that no one is able to resist. Having been stuck in half Zhongshe for a very long time, they had visited numerous 2-star master teachers, but even so, were unable to make that final leap forward. A few days ago, when they witnessed Yang Shi guide the dying Shen Hong to achieve a breakthrough, they could no longer hold themselves back. Since Shen Hong was able to do it, they are definitely able to do it as well. However, that is only if Yang Shi is willing to guide them. No matter what, we should give it another try. Perhaps we might be able to succeed, Zheng Fei said. Since the moment Yang Shi assisted him to reach Hafzhongshi, the intention to acknowledge him as his teacher had already sprouted in him. But back then, his intentions were disregarded, and he didn't dare to ask any further. But now, even Lu Shi and Zhuang Shi are trying hard, so naturally, he can't lag behind them. All right, let's go and take a look. As they thought of this, the three master teachers hesitated no more and headed straight for the mansion. Brother Lu, I've bought the pills. Do you want to reconsider the matter? Are you really going to use it? In Lu Sun's classroom, Wang Chao stared at his good friend with worry. Even though these pills can generate a massive boost in one's cultivation within a short time span, there are heavy repercussions on the user's body. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Receiving the pills from his friend's hands, Lu Sun hesitated for a moment before commanding his students. Shortly, the students, whose name were on the teacher evaluation name list, appeared before him. Zhu Hong, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, Bao Chao, and Kong Jie. Teacher. These five stood erect before Lu Sun, and every single one of them exuded a deep and powerful aura. After half a month of cultivation, just like Zheng Yang and the others, they had all reached Fighter 2 Dan Dantian realm. However, unlike Wang Ying and the others, they had all reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm pinnacle, even before they acknowledged Lu Sun as their teacher, and all they were lacking was just an impetus for their breakthrough. Even Kong Jie, who was slightly inferior to the other four, with various resources focused on him, managed to achieve a breakthrough. Here is a pill. Consuming this pill expands your Dantian, allowing you to achieve a breakthrough by tonight to reach Fighter 3 Danjinchi realm. This way, you will definitely be able to achieve victory in the teacher evaluation. Lifting the pills in his hands, Lu Sun scanned the faces of his students. Without hiding anything, he spoke of the flaws of the pill as well. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Since it is able to help someone achieve a breakthrough so quickly, naturally, there are side effects. After reaching Zhenqi realm, your cultivation speed will be decreased to be 70% of what it was previously. However, as long as I become a master teacher, I will make sure to resolve this issue. I will even accept you as my direct disciples and oversee your training personally. Of course, the choice is up to you. I will not force any of you. If you were to lose, it will only mean that our relationship as teacher and student has come to an end. After which, he placed the pill down and looked at them. Even though he had made his choice and bought the pills, he nevertheless left the final decision in the hands of his students. He desired victory, but was still unable to bring himself to force his students to consume the pills against their will. There is a boundary that teachers should never cross. Teachers have their own dignity as well. Having taught innumerable students over so many years, he couldn't bear to stoop to such unscrupulous means for victory. I believe in Lu Laoshi. Without hesitating for long, Zhu Hong stepped forward. Training by the conventional route, it is nigh impossible to reach Zhenqi realm without 2 to 3 years of effort. If this pill can allow one to achieve it in a single night, so what if their future cultivation will be affected? Who can guarantee that their cultivation would be smooth sailing? Furthermore, once they become a direct disciple of Lu Laoshi, this won't be a problem. When studying under the same teacher, there is a huge difference between a normal student and a direct disciple. Usually, when a teacher imparts knowledge, it was done with hundreds of people in attendance. Thus, it is impossible to offer pointers tailored to personal needs to every single student. In the case of normal students, they will have to undergo trial and error in order to find their way forward. It is as though a huge pot of vegetable being seasoned with the same seasoning. The flavor will only be average at best. However, being a direct disciple is different. It is as though a vegetable specially cooked in a small pot. His teacher holds personal consultations, offering one pointer so that he will not waste his time on useless things. Even if the pill does affect their growth, with this kind of guidance, they will still be in for a bright future. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong made a stand and swiftly swallowed the pill. The pill, upon being placed in his mouth, melted immediately, turning into a surge of unique energy which gushed through his meridians. Seeing that Zhu Hong had made his decision so quickly, Lu Sun nodded his head in satisfaction. He placed his hands on the other party's back and slowly infused Jinqi into the other party's body, guiding this surge of energy. After an unknown period of time, with a crisp sound, Zhu Hong stood up abruptly, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and the aura he exuded amplified greatly. Fighter 3 Dan, Shinchi Realm. Just as Lu Sun had said, consuming the pill raised his cultivation by an entire level. Incredible. I want to give it a try as well. Witnessing the person achieve a breakthrough successfully, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, Bai Chao, and Kong Jie could no longer hold themselves back and walked forward simultaneously. The rest of them had made up their minds as well. If Lu Laoshi really becomes a master teacher, as his direct disciple, their standing would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. With that in mind, they chose to take the pill as well. Soon, all of them reached Fighter 3 Danjinshi Realm. Good. Seeing that all 5 students had reached Fighter 3 Danjinshi Realm, Lu Sun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Putting aside the freshmen, their current strength would allow them to compete even against top students who had been in the academy for several years. Tomorrow will be the day where I, Lu Sun, perform before everyone else. I shall astonish the entire academy and silence all of those discussions behind my back. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Sun regained the confidence which he lost during the day and roared mightily. So what if he is skilled in the way of tea? So what if he is a grandmaster painter? As a teacher, I, Lu Sun, am not inferior to anyone. You 3 master teachers, I will show you tomorrow that I am the best choice you can make. Old master, the 3 master teachers have been waiting for you for a very long time. Returning to the residence, Sun Chong immediately stepped forward to welcome Yang Shi. They're here? He was considering whether to send someone to invite them, but it turned out that the 3 fellows were even more enthusiastic than him. Zhang Xian chuckled lightly. Walking into the lounge, he saw the 3 master teachers seated, and upon seeing Yang Shi enter the room, their eyes glittered with excitement. Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, Zheng Fei pays respect to Yang Shi. The trio bowed immediately. May I know what you 3 have for me, visiting me at such a late hour? Zhang Xian sat down and instructed for a cup of tea. After a long and slow sip, he finally turned to look at them, his expression impassive. After a trip to the Tian residence and the academy, the sun had already set by the time Zhang Xian arrived at the mansion. Yang Shi, the 3 of us earnestly wish to acknowledge you as our teacher, and we hope that you can accept us. Lu Ling and the others quickly stood up, clasped their hands, and bowed deeply. Anxious, they sneaked glances at Zhang Xian. Age doesn't determine knowledge. Even though they are significantly older than Yang Shi, the other party is clearly more capable than them. Age isn't a determining factor for one to acknowledge a teacher. You wish to acknowledge me as your teacher? Lifting his cup, Zhang Xian removed the floating tea leaves elegantly. Even as he spoke those words, there wasn't the slightest hint of emotion on his face. After having disguised himself for the past few days, he is no longer the amateur whom anyone could see through easily. Every single movement of his carries authority and magnanimity. The atmosphere in the room stilled. Yes, even though the 3 of us aren't talented, we can serve by your side and share your burdens. The breathing of the 3 master teachers hastened. The last few times that they were here, they did express their intention to acknowledge Yang Shi as their teacher, but they hadn't spoken of it clearly. Now that they've said it out loud, if they were to get rejected, it would be over. If I'm not wrong, the reason why you all wish to acknowledge me as your teacher is that your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and you are unable to achieve a breakthrough. If you were to become my student, you might be able to make this final step and advance further. Without even lifting his head, Zhang Xian's voice was indifferent, as though a block of silent ice. Ah, yes. Having their intentions exposed, Lu Ling and the others blushed in embarrassment. Seems that you are honest. Seeing that they didn't deny the matter, Zhang Xian nodded his head. We hope that Yang Shi can fulfill our wish. Lu Ling and the others gritted their teeth. Zhang Xian didn't reply. Instead, he slowly put down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the center of the room. The 3 master teachers were wondering what he was going to do when a calm voice suddenly sounded. I, Yang Shi, have traveled and visited countless countries. I prefer to live a quiet and tranquil life, so I don't reveal my identity easily. You probably haven't heard of my name, even in the other countries, am I right? Yes. When they heard the name Yang Xian, they had specially looked into the matter, but there isn't such a person in the surrounding kingdoms. Back then, they thought that the latter was simply using this fake name to impersonate a master teacher, but from the looks of it now, it seems like Yang Shi had just been keeping a low profile. If I don't want others to know that I am a master teacher, even if you were to check with the master teacher pavilion, you won't be able to find anything, Zhang Xian said. However, in Tianqian Kingdom, I revealed my identity, even helping others with their problems. Do you know why? The reason why Zhang Xian said all of that in advance was to lay the foundations so that they wouldn't doubt his identity. After all, the name Yang Xian is fake, and they won't be able to find this name in the Master Teacher Pavilion if they were to check. With these words, not only would the other party not doubt his words when they are unable to find it, they will even feel reverence for him. For his identity to be unable to found in the Master Teacher Pavilion. How incredible does he have to be? We apologize for our ignorance. Lu Ling and the others stared at Yang Shi. Actually, they had felt perplexed on this point as well. If such an incredible master teacher really chooses to blend in with the crowd, who will be able to tell his true identity? Yet, everyone in Tianqian Kingdom found out about his identity. During my travel, I happened to meet a competent youngster. Very satisfied with him, I accepted him as my direct disciple. However, I won't be staying here for long, and afraid that he might be oppressed by others, I revealed my status intentionally so as to give him a title. With both hands behind his back, Zhang Xian stood erect at the center of the hall, as though a towering mountain. A competent youngster? Accepted him as a direct disciple? Lu Ling and the others stared at one another. Suddenly, they thought of something and their eyes narrowed. Can it be that? Can it be that? Yang Shi's direct disciple is Hongtian Academy's Zhang Xian Laoshi? If that is the case, everything makes sense. For a low-level teacher at a remote kingdom to be able to come up with such incredible theories and become a grandmaster painter, expert tea master, and more importantly, reject the apprenticeship of the three master teachers. Probably, only a student of Yang Shi is able to do so. Zhang Xian was delighted to observe that the other side had caught quickly, and he was able to save his saliva, nodding his head in satisfaction. Zhang Xian is my direct disciple. If you want to come under my tutelage, that would mean that he's your senior. Chapter 212. The teacher evaluation arrives. Senior. The mouths of the three master teachers twitched and their bodies swayed. The twist came too abruptly. They were thinking of accepting the other party as their apprentice when all of a sudden, he had become their senior. To call a fellow who isn't even 20 their senior? The three master teacher felt dizzy. They found the relationship extremely peculiar. However, the bizarre expression on their face merely flickered on their faces for an instant. Agitation and excitement took over their expressions. Does Yang Shi mean that you are willing to accept us? Lu Ling suddenly came to a realization. Trembling in agitation, his face creased so tightly together that it seemed to be able to squeeze a mosquito to death. Since Yang Shi had told them to address Zhang Xian as their senior, doesn't this mean that he is willing to accept them as his student? Thank you, Yang Shi. Zhuang Xian and Jing Fei immediately knelt to the floor. Even though the other party hadn't expressed his intentions clearly, he wasn't objectionable to the issue. If they don't hurry up and the other party changes his mind all of a sudden, won't they cry themselves to death? These two fellows. Seeing his old buddies react so quickly, Lu Ling quickly followed suit and knelt down as well. Zhang Xian didn't turn around, and his expression remained completely calm. Since you have all become my students, I will assist you with your cultivation. However, I am used to wandering about and I won't be staying here for long. Even though Zhang Xian is my direct disciple, he is way too young and his cultivation is still immature. He might require your assistance. Teacher, rest assured. Since we've come under your tutelage, we will definitely follow your rules. Given that Zhang Xian is our senior now, as long as it is within our capabilities, we will make sure to assist him. Lu Ling and the others expressed their sentiments. There is a set of rules that when a master teacher accepts a disciple, a direct disciple is a rank higher than that of normal students. That is to say, even if the direct disciple is the youngest of the lot, before the other students, he is still considered the senior. Even though it sounds peculiar, there had been many of such exceptions in the master-teacher pavilion, so it isn't anything significant. Since they had decided to acknowledge Yang Shi as their teacher, Zhang Xian would naturally become their senior. Thus, as juniors, they wouldn't spare any effort to assist him. Show me your battle technique. Having confirmed the teacher-student relationship with the trio, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Yes. Knowing that Yang Shi was going to guide them on their cultivation, they stood up immediately and excitedly. It didn't take long before the rustling of wind sounded in the room as the trio displayed their battle techniques. After an unknown period of time, the trio clasped their hands and took their leave. Even though they were still half Zongshi and they had yet to achieve a breakthrough, the excitement on their faces was almost impossible to hide. Actually, Zhang Xian was capable of helping the trio reach Zongshi realm on the spot, but if he were to do so, his pure Jinqi and low cultivation realm would be exposed. This could have potentially led to countless troubles in the future. After some contemplation, he decided to simply point out the flaws in their cultivation. In his words, having pointed out their flaws, and it is a trial to the trio to achieve a breakthrough with the new knowledge. As one-star master teachers, if they are unable to achieve a breakthrough even after knowing all these, it would show that there are fundamental flaws in their talents, and he would have to reconsider his decision to accept the trio as his students. Hearing those words, the three master teachers didn't dare to say anything. They listened attentively to the flaws the other party spoke of, afraid that they would mishear anything. However, now that they know where their mistakes lie, given their knowledge and comprehension on cultivation, reaching Zongshi realm becomes only a matter of time. Old Master, Emperor Shen Jue is waiting outside. Zhang Xian was about to rest after dealing with the three master teachers when Sun Chong came in with the report. He's here? Can it be? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Have him enter. Yang Shi. Soon, Emperor Shen Jue walked in, clasped his hands, and bowed. His gaze was filled with passion and reverence. Not only did he save the dying old ancestor, he even helped him reach Zongshi realm. Those feats are something that even a two-star master teacher would find hard to accomplish. Perhaps the person standing before him is a three-star master teacher, or even someone much more incredible. Even the emperor of a Tier 1 kingdom would find it hard to meet someone of his caliber. Reporting to Yang Shi, I have managed to gather the Tongxian realm secret manuals that you had me collect. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. His condition for treating Shen Hong was for Shen Jue to collect these Tongxian realm cultivation technique manuals in his stead. It has been a few days since then, and given the influence of the royal family, collecting thousands of such books wasn't any issue. Yang Shi, please look through them. As Shen Jue gestured with his hand, thousands of books stacked up in a pile before him. He brought all of the books in his storage ring. Walking forward to pick up a few books, Zhang Xian quickly flipped through them, placed them down, and proceeded to do the same with other books. From the very start, when Yang Shi had made such a request, Emperor Shen Jue was already perplexed why such an incredible master teacher would need Tongxian realm secret manuals. Upon seeing this situation, his confusion worsened. If the other party opens the book and reads through them, Emperor Shen Jue could have attributed the matter to him studying. But to flip through them just like that, what is he doing? Even though Emperor Shen Jue was perplexed, he didn't dare to mention anything. He stood obediently by the side, quietly observing. Walala, walala. In a single go, Zhang Xian flipped through the thousands of secret manuals. Even though the manuals gathered were rather average and standard, the quantity more than made up for it. Given that Zhang Xian possessed the library of Heaven's Path, it is the best situation that could have happened. Correct. With a jolt of his mind, the books converged to form a single entity in the library. Tongxian Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. All right, I'm done. You can take them away. Zhang Xian casually waved his hands. Since he had already created replicas of all of the books in the library, there was no need for him to keep the physical copies. This, Emperor Shinjue was taken aback. In order to gather all of these secret manuals, he had paid quite a substantial amount. Initially, he thought that Yang Shi would at least take a look. In the end, he simply casually flipped through them and returned them to him. Are these books not to your liking? If so, I can search for more. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Shinjue couldn't help but ask, There's no need. I'm already done reading these books. You can take them back. Zhang Xian casually waved his hands. Done. Reading these books? Emperor Shinjue nearly fell to the ground. You, what can you possibly have read like that? Casually flipping through those books like that, and you say that you are done reading them. Do your eyes grow on your hands? Yes. Even though he felt so stifled that he could spurt blood, he dared not to question any further. He kept all of the books in his storage ring, clasped his hands, and said, Then, I'll be taking my leave. Zhang Xian casually waved him away. Emperor Shinjue returned back to the royal palace immediately after leaving the mansion. Have you passed the books to Yang Shi? Old ancestor Shun Hong walked over. I passed him the books, but he didn't want them and he gave them back. Even until now, Emperor Shinjue had maintained his confused expression. Gave them back? Is Yang Shi unsatisfied with the books? That's not it. Then, has he finished reading them? He didn't read through them at all. Didn't read through them at all? Then, what did he want the books for? Shin Hong was perplexed. He simply fiddled around with it. Fiddled? Shin Hong blinked his eyes. I can understand if you wish to fiddle around with beautiful ladies, but why did you fiddle around with those books? Indeed, it is impossible for us to understand the minds of geniuses. After contemplating over the matter for an extremely long time, they finally arrived at this conclusion. After Emperor Shinjue left, Zhang Xian told Sun Chong that he would not be seeing anyone else before returning to his room. Time to cultivate. Zhang Xian immediately turned his attention to the 7 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art, which was just formed. The opening of acupoints, the connecting of the meridians, allowing Jinqi to flow without any hindrance, that is Tongxian. The words appeared clearly in his mind. As this version of Heaven's Path Divine Art was formed by compiling thousands of secret manuals together, there were no problems with it all. Zhang Xian read and cultivated via the method explained within simultaneously. Pure Jinqi began to circulate within his body, and according to the unique cultivation method written in the perfect manual, the Jinqi revolved unceasingly. Boom! With just a single circulation, he had barged through the bottleneck, and spiritual energy in the air surged into his body with hysteria. His Jinqi and strength improved exponentially. Tongxian Realm Primary Stage. Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage. In no time, he had achieved Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Along with the rise in my cultivation, my speed of improvement is slowing. Feeling that his cultivation had reached another bottleneck, Zhang Xian stopped. As Zhang Xian had to deduce the correct acupoints one by one in Pishue Realm, it wasn't an accurate gauge of his cultivation speed. On the other hand, when he was at Dingli Realm, cultivating via the complete version of Heaven's Path Divine Art, he took around 2 hours, but now, it took a whole 10-minute longer. Looks like the higher one's cultivation reaches, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Zhang Xian lamented with a grim expression. If anyone else were to know his thoughts, they would definitely want to strangle him to death. You call an additional 10 minutes difficult? Even top-notch geniuses, with the augmentation of countless treasures, to cultivate from Tongxian Realm Primary Stage to Pinnacle would take a minimum of 10 years of hard work. Yet, you only took 10 minutes more than 2 hours, and you think that your cultivation speed has slowed. The heck? Why don't you go and die? I should check out how much my strength has improved. Zhang Xian stood up and walked over to the strength-measuring rock pillar. Using just the strength from his Jinqi, he sent his fist into it. Wong. A line of numbers slowly floated into view. 600 ding. A look of delight immediately appeared on Zhang Xian's face. At Pishue Realm Pinnacle, he had opened 108 acupoints, granting him an additional 108 ding of strength. In addition to the previous 20 ding, he possessed a total of 128 ding of Jinqi strength. Now that he has achieved a breakthrough, his strength increased by several folds. Usually, a Tongxian realm expert would possess 100 ding of strength at primary stage, 200 ding at intermediate stage, 300 ding at advanced stage, and 400 ding at pinnacle. With a Jinqi strength of 600 ding, Zhang Xian is able to match up to a half Zongshi. A Zongshi expert wields tremendous strength, and their blows easily exceed 1,000 ding. Those who possess strength between 400 ding and 1,000 ding are known as half Zongshi. If he were to add the 90 ding of strength from his physical body, his strength would almost reach 700 ding. With such strength, his prowess would be the top few even among half Zongshis. Finally, I possess the power to protect myself. Now that he has such commensurate and mighty power, coupled with his library of Heaven's Path ability to see through flaws, he can finally stand against top-notch experts within the country. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Even since he noticed the poison aura within his body, the fear that someone is trying to kill him had been plaguing his mind. Without sufficient strength, if the enemy were to make another attempt, he definitely won't be able to resist. Now that Zhang Xian holds strength comparable to a half Zongshi, he finally regained his sense of security. After reinforcing his cultivation and adapting to his newfound strength, Zhang Xian walked out of the room. Unknowingly, a day had passed, and the sun was rising slowly from the east. Its radiance spilled over the horizon, and scene of tranquility formed in the city. To think that it is already dawn. Looking at the rising sun, Zhang Xian realized that the freshman tournament and the teacher evaluation, which he had waited for half a month, has arrived. Chapter 213. The shocked Qian Chao is Pavilion Elder Qian's son. Initially, he had intended to slack off and take a good rest today, but his father forcefully dragged him to the teacher evaluation, filling him with resentment. "Father, you could have just asked someone to report the result of the teacher evaluation. There isn't any need for you to come here personally." Indignance showed through Qian Chao's face. "No matter what, you're one of the few subjects whom His Majesty values highly. You didn't even attend the duel between the North Marquis and Swift General previously, so why would you spectate some trivial duels among students?" He really couldn't understand his father's thoughts. For a pavilion elder who doesn't even need to bow down to His Majesty, he was able to even skip attending a duel between Tier 1 officials in the royal court. Yet, of all things he could have done, he chose to watch students battle one another. Even though the teacher's prestige are at stake at the teacher evaluation, it is in actual fact just a few students fighting one another. A matter of such level should just be left to his subordinates. Why does the commander-in-chief have to appear personally for such a small matter? He would just scare others with his presence. This is a 3-star incident. I have to be here personally. Pavilion Elder Qian replied. I know that it is a 3-star incident. Everything that concerns the academy will have the incident elevated by a single star, and Lu Sun Laosher is a star teacher, which adds another star. In truth, it is merely a 1-star incident. Qian Chao curled his lips in disdain, thinking nothing much of this matter. Under normal situation, 1-star incidents do not need to be reported to His Majesty. If Pavilion Elder Qian were to personally attend to matters of such insignificance, won't he tire himself to death? This isn't that simple. Pavilion Elder Qian harumphed. How complicated can the matter get? It is just a duel between students. I don't believe that the severity of the matter can get as serious as the duel between North Marquis and Swift General. You must know, back then, just the number of Tier 2 officials who participated in the matter added up to a total of 12. It is definitely the greatest duel of the year. Qian Chao still didn't think that this matter was worthy of such consideration. The North Marquis and Swift General are Tier 1 officials of the kingdom, and the news of the duel was announced beforehand. Countless experts went to spectate the match, but this old man of his refused to go, saying that the matter didn't have enough stars and wasn't worthy of his consideration. Yet, he decided to watch the fight among a few students. Qian Chao started to doubt whether his father is getting senile. This morning, I received news that clan head Wang Hong of the 4 great clans, clan head Bai Ming, and the elders of both clans had arrived at the Hongtian Academy. This shows how much they value this matter. Do you think that there is no reason for me to be here? Pavilion Elder Qian said. Clan head Wang Hong is a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. He is one of the most influential figures, even when considering the entire kingdom into account. Even though clan head by Ming's standing is beneath that of clan head Wang Hong, he is nevertheless an official apothecary and is of esteemed standing. You say that they have come to the school to spectate the battle between a few students? Qian Chao didn't believe Pavilion Elder Qian's words. Even though these two clan heads don't hold official positions, their true standing isn't inferior to Tier 1 officials of the royal court. How can people of such esteemed standing be interested in a duel between mere students? Take a look yourself. After turning around a bend, they arrived at the Hongtian Academy dueling platform. The spectator stand was already packed with people. Pavilion Elder Qian casually pointed. I doubt there will be many people in the VIP seats. Muttering to himself, Qian Chao took a glance at the seats and his body froze in shock. Clan head Wang Hong and clan head Bai Ming are really here. That is, guild leader Ouyang? Why is guild leader Ouyang of the Apothecary Guild here as well? There is also Apothecary Ming Yin, Apothecary Lin Mu, Apothecary Jin Chen. How can this be possible? Initially, he thought that mere duels among students wouldn't attract much attention. However, with a single look, not only did he notice a clan head of the 4 great clans, more than 10 apothecaries, including the guild leader of the Apothecary Guild, are present as well. What is going on? Apothecaries, as one of the top occupations among the upper 9 paths, possess noble standing. Even Emperor Shinjue finds it hard to arrange a meeting with a figure like guild leader Ouyang. Yet he is here watching a bunch of kids fighting one another. Unable to believe his eyes, he felt his head begin to spin. Not just them. Look over there. Before he could recover from his shock, Pavilion Elder Qian pointed in another direction. Looking toward the direction where the finger was pointed, Qian Chao shuddered once more. His mouth quivered in astonishment. The kingdom's #1 physician, Master Yuanyu? That is, Elder Tian? He didn't even appear for His Majesty's birthday banquet the last time, coming up with various excuses. Yet why? Why would he? A moment ago, Qian Chao was still thinking that his father is making a big fuss out of nothing. Yet, he now finds himself nearly dying from overwhelming shock. Master Yuanyu is a powerful figure that even His Majesty has to treat with utmost respect. As for Elder Tian, even His Majesty finds it hard to obtain a single sip of the tea he brews. It is clear just how incredible his standing is. Yet, 2 amazing figures stood patiently on the spectator stand, waiting. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Are you for real? Who are those sitting over there? Why did so many people give up their seats for them? I have no idea as well. They are probably of high standing. He was about to die from shock when Qian Chao suddenly heard the student's exclamation. Lifting his head to take a look, he staggered once more. The three master teachers? They're here as well? What appeared in his vision were the 3 elders. If the few people before had only caused him to be shocked, seeing the 3 master teachers here made him horrified. They are master teachers. They are incredible powers who can disregard his father altogether. Yet, such figures, just like the many others, are seated on the spectator's stand. However, this wasn't the end. He soon saw 2 middle-aged men take a seat. They, Emperor Shan Jue and City Lord Zhao Feng of Baiyu City? His throat felt dry. He thought that it was embarrassing for his father to lower his status to attend such a lowly event. Yet, even His Majesty and City Lord Zhao Feng had come personally. Baiyu City is the 2nd largest city of Tianxian Kingdom, and its city lord's position is second only to the emperor. Is this really just a duel between students? Even if the princes were to battle one another, it wouldn't be such a huge occasion. Actually, the one who holds the most esteemed position among the crowd isn't His Majesty or the 3 master teachers, it is that person. Seeing his son getting so terrified over the figures who had appeared here, Pavilion Elder Qian spoke. Qian Chao hurriedly looked over and saw an unimpressive plump man. He is. Knowing that his father has a huge intelligence network, and it is impossible for him to say such words for no good reason, Qian Chao asked. He is Yang Shi's butler, Sun Chong. His presence represents Yang Shi. Pavilion Elder Qian said slowly. Represents Yang Shi? Qian Chao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Yang Shi who kept Emperor Shinju at his entrance? Yang Shi's affairs had spread like wildfire, and it was natural that Qian Chao had heard of it. Lu Shi and the others had paid him a visit and admitted that they were inferior to him. Even Emperor Shinju had to queue outside for an audience with him. For such an incredible master teacher to send his butler here, Qian Chao's body trembled. He was unable to understand why the attention of so many powerful figures were fixated on this duel. Is this really a 3-star incident? Even though it was classified as a 3-star incident, from the looks of it now, it is already a 5-star incident. A grim look appeared on Pavilion Elder Qian. Only a 5-star incident can create such a huge commotion and attract so many noble figures. Can it be Lu Sun Laoshi? After contemplating over the matter, Qian Chao asked with a trembling voice. Lu Sun is a celebrity teacher, and his reputation resounds throughout the kingdom. Can it be his prestige which attracted so many people here and forcefully pulled a 3-star incident up to a 5-star incident? Him? I also find this matter peculiar. Even though he has a huge reputation, I don't think that he's sufficiently qualified. Right now, my doubts are on Zhangxian Laoshi. Pavilion Elder Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking. It is true that Lu Sun is famous, but at the very most, he can only attract the attention of Wang Hong, Bai Ming, and a few others. It is impossible for guild leader Ouyang and the apothecaries to have come for him. Needless to say, Emperor Shinju, Elder Tian, and Yang Shi's butler, Sun Chong. Since it isn't him, it has to be his opponent. Zhang Laoshi, the teacher with a terrible reputation. Zhang Xian. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Qian Chao was stunned. If what his father said is true, then to be able to attract the presence of so many powerful figures for his affair. How did that fellow do it? He isn't the only one who is on the verge of going insane. The numerous teachers of the academy are also tugging at their hair frenziedly. Are you sure that it isn't the principal dueling with someone else? Otherwise, why would the emperor, 3 master teachers, Elder Tian, Master Yuanyu, and so many amazing figures appear here? Reverting back to his original look, Zhang Xian led Zhao Ye and the others to the dueling platform. Looking at the crowd on the seats, the excited Emperor Shenju and the others, a peculiar expression appeared on him. This is the teacher evaluation between me and Lu Sun. What are that bunch of fools doing here? Chapter 214. Yuan Tao versus Kong Jia on the spectator stand. A sliver of worry and agitation appeared on Shun Bai Ru's impeccable face. After the Enlightenment trial, she had matters to attend to and left Tianxian Royal City. When she returned yesterday, she heard of the teacher evaluation immediately and nearly fainted from shock. Is this Zhang Xian insane? Who is Lu Sun? He is the living signboard for Hongtian Academy, a true celebrity teacher. To be pitting against him, does he wish to be shamed that much? Moreover, he had specially poached several students to specifically counter Zhao Ya and the rest. Why are you that rash? Gritting her jade teeth tightly, Shun Bairu recalled what happened yesterday and felt even more stifled. After knowing of the news, she went to find Zhang Xian to persuade him. But the other party was out. She waited an entire night outside the other party's dormitory. Yet, he didn't come back at all. Tomorrow is the duel, and it is said that Lu Sun had spent the entire night tutoring his students, suffering from a lack of sleep due to that. Yet, you threw your students aside and stayed out. Does anyone prepare for competitions the way you do? Aren't you way too gutsy? Or do you think that the situation is hopeless and that you have given up? After the incidents at the Compendium Pavilion, Hongtian Pavilion, and Enlightenment trial, she thought that even though Zhang Laoshi had a terrible reputation, he is actually an extremely prudent person. Now, it turns out that, prudent your ass. Who has ever seen a person disappearing for several days right before a competition? What exactly are you thinking? Why do you seem out of sorts the moment you return? She was burning with anger within when a beautiful face suddenly appeared before her. The other stunner of the academy, Han Xiong. Han Xiong is also a rare beauty. In terms of just her appearance, she is slightly inferior to Shanbai Ru. However, she is currently 25, the age where a woman's charm shines through. Considering her figure and her feminine charm, the latter would be far from a match. As such, there are many followers of Han Qionglaosher, and their numbers far surpass that of Shanbai Ru's. As top-class beauties, the two teachers have a good relationship in private and are bosom friends. Who else can it be except for that Zhang Xian? God knows what that fellow is thinking of, to actually duel with Lu Sun Laosher. Shanbai Ru harumphed furiously. If he were to lose, the reputation which he had just built up would be tarnished, and his credibility would crumble. He had just proven at the Enlightenment Will trial that the Education Bureau had framed him. If he were to lose in this duel, all kinds of rumors would be generated, and no one would believe his words anymore. From the looks of it, it seems that you are concerned about him? Han Xiong chuckled. A sly grin flashed through her eyes. No one is concerned about him. He is just an arrogant fellow. Shanbai Ru harumphed. It's good that you are unconcerned about him. I thought that our great beauty Shen had fallen in love. Han Xiong stretched her back, revealing an astonishingly voluptuous figure. Not lingering on the topic, Han Xiong asked curiously, "Oh right, say, who do you think will win the duel?" Zhang Xian's 5 students, Zhao Ya, Zheng Yang, and the others are not bad. However, Lu Sun Laosher had made arrangements to specifically deal with each of them. Mo Xiao and the others are obviously their nemesis. I'm afraid that it is unlikely for Zhang Xian to win. Upon mentioning who would win in the teacher evaluation, the anger and stifled expression that Shanbai Ru had before disappeared, and in its place is calmness and intelligence. After hearing of the duel, she looked into the matter and found out about Lu Sun's arrangements. That fellow's actions do indeed appear unscrupulous, but truthfully speaking, this is also the sign of an outstanding teacher. Regardless of who one faces, he should give it his all and vie for all advantages he can possibly get. This is a basic quality that teachers and cultivators should have. Unless. At which, Shanbai Ru paused for a moment. Wisdom reflected in her bright eyes, and she said, Zhao Ya and the others have reached Fighter 2 Dan. Through the advantage in their cultivation, they might still be able to match up against Lu Sun's students. Lu Sun had specially found students to deal with Zhao Ya and the others. Unless the latter achieves a breakthrough, thus overcoming their opponent's advantages through sheer strength, it is nigh impossible for them to win. You're right. Han Xiong nodded her head in agreement. Look, Zhang Laosher and his students have arrived. What powerful aura! Zhao Ya and the others have actually reached Fighter 2 Dan? But it's impossible. Reaching Fighter 2 Dan in half a month's time? The duo was discussing the teacher evaluation when a commotion suddenly broke out among the crowd. Following immediately, they saw Zhang Xian walking up with Zhao Ya and the others following behind him. At this moment, Zhao Ya, Zheng Yang, Wang Ying, and the others were emitting exceptionally powerful auras. Every single gesture of theirs felt mighty and intimidating. Fighter 2 Dan, except for Yuan Tao, who is at Jushi Realm Advanced Stage, the others have already reached Dantian Realm. This, Shanbai Ru and Han Xiong's eyes lit up. Even though Zhang Xian Laosher doesn't look reliable, it seems that he is nevertheless quite capable. Han Xiong smiled. Except for Yuan Tao, who is slightly weaker, the others do possess a chance at victory. Shanbai Ru nodded her head in agreement. Halfway through her words, her face suddenly paled. What's wrong? Seeing her good friend fall into such a state, Han Xiong felt baffled. Lu Sun Laosher and his students have arrived. Shanbai Ru clenched her fists tightly. Lu Laosher? So what if he comes? Zhao Ya and the others have reached Fighter 2 Dan, so they stand a good chance at victory. Han Xiong chuckled. At this point, she suddenly saw Zhu Hong, Mo Xiao, and the others who followed closely behind Lu Sun, and her mouth twitched. Fighter 3 Dan? All of his students have reached Fighter 3 Dan? At Fighter 3 Dan Jinshi Realm, one gains the ability to propel Jinshi and one's strength reaches 300 kilograms. How can Zhang Xian and his students win? The duo froze in astonishment. It is a qualitative difference between 2 Dan and 3 Dan. At 1 Dan Jushi Realm, one absorbs spiritual energy and propel it through his body, thus refining his body to that of a fighter, making it suitable for cultivation. At 2 Dan Dantian realm, one's body starts to accumulate spiritual energy at his Dantian, expanding it. At 3 Dan Jinchi realm, one will be able to drive their Jinchi in their body. In terms of physique, reaction speed, or strength, the two prior realms are too far below for comparison. It can even be said that one reaches a whole new level as a life form upon reaching Jinchi realm. If Lu Sun's students were just ordinary mortals before, they are currently comparable to tigers and wolves. How can the Zhang Xian students match up to them under such conditions? Just a moment ago, upon realizing that Zhao Ye and the others have reached Fighter 2 Dan, Shun Bairu and Han Xiong thought that it is likely that Zhang Xian wins. But from the looks of it now, it would be a miracle if he can even win a single match. They're not a single chance at victory. If he wants to win, only if a miracle happens. Shin Bairu smiled bitterly. Previously carrying hope for Zhang Laosher's victory, she doesn't dare to harbor such thoughts now. The two beauties were indescribably astounded. The other teachers who were spectating the fight became dumbfounded as well. In an instant, the entire surroundings turned silent. All of them glanced at Zhang Xian with eyes of sympathy. To be competing with Lu Sun Laosher, he sure is looking for trouble. Fighter 2 Dan against Fighter 3 Dan? It would be hard for Apothecary Zhang to win. Just like the other teachers, Guild Leader Ouyang and Apothecary Du Man glanced at one another and shook their heads simultaneously. Indeed, the two are entirely different levels. There is no hope of victory. Looks like Apothecary Zhang will lose. The other apothecaries also arrived at the same conclusion, and they sighed in lamentation. With just the appearance of Zhang Xian and Lu Sun on the field, many people have already come to the verdict that the scale of victory is tilted toward Lu Sun. Today is the day of the freshman tournament. But before that, we shall first hold a competition between the teachers, the teacher evaluation between Lu Sun Laosher and Zhang Xian Laosher. Seeing that the two stars of the show had arrived, the principal, who hadn't appeared in public for a very long time, stood at the dueling platform, and his voice resounded across the entire academy. Hearing his words, Zhang Xian and Lu Sun led their students onto the dueling platform, and the both of them sat by the side of the ring. The teacher evaluation is a battle between students. Teachers are not allowed to interfere in the battle at all and can only sit by the side. Naturally, the duels between the students are only a part of the teacher evaluation. There are also written papers, potential assessments, and similar trials. However, as cultivators value strength greater than anything else, even if they were to triumph over their opponent in the latter examinations, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. Who wants to go first? Zhang Xian paid no heed to the surrounding discussions. Rather, he looked at his 5 students calmly. Allow me. Yuan Tao stood forward. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Zhang Xian is confident in the other party's abilities now that his emperor bloodline has been awakened. Kongjie, go up. Defeat that worst student of the academy. Seeing the other party had sent the fellow who was ranked the last in the entrance examination out first, Lu Sun sneered coldly. After a night of individual tutoring, his 5 students had already reinforced their Fighter 3 Dan Zhenqi primary realm cultivation, and they had already gotten used to propelling the Zhenqi in their body. With their strength, defeating a couple of Fighter 2 Dan isn't a problem at all. Later on, when you suffer a crushing defeat, I'll see how you are qualified to become the apprentice of the 3 master teachers. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes, and Lu Sun sneered. All of his hard work is for today. When his students defeat Zhang Xian in public, that fellow will be humiliated, making it impossible for him to become the apprentice of the 3 master teachers. By then, everyone will know that he, Lu Sun, is an invincible existence in Hongtian Academy. Senior Kong, please go easy on me. Staring at the opponent before him, Yuan Tao looked at him with a pitiful expression. Look at how plump I am. My cultivation is only at Fighter 1 Dan as well. Go easy. The edges of Kong Jie's lips curled up. His disdain for the latter was clear. I never go easy on others in a battle. Either you admit defeat, or be kicked off the ring by me. Make your own choice. Admit defeat? If I admit defeat, Zhang Laosher will beat me to death. With a look of distress, Yuan Tao walked forward. If you do not wish to admit defeat, Be prepared to be kicked off the ring then. It's that simple. Ignoring the other party's show of weakness, Kong Jie sneered coldly. The battle hadn't begun, yet the fellow is already pleading for mercy. He is truly an eccentric person. However, from this by itself, it can be seen that Zhang Laoshe doesn't have any abilities. Lu Laoshe's victory is certain. How about this? Since I can't defeat you anyway, allow me to put on an act and hit you a few times before I admit defeat. This way, Zhang Laoshe won't be able to blame me for this. If you cooperate with me, I will pay you 1,000. No, 500, 300 gold coins as compensation. Walking until he was right before the opponent, Yuan Tao said with a suppressed voice, 300 gold coin? For putting on an act? Kong Jie was taken aback. Do you really have that much gold coin? I do, look. Yuan Tao stretched his left hand into his pocket to retrieve something. At the same time, Kong Jie couldn't help but lower his glance. However, what waited for him wasn't gold coins. Instead, a fist came flying straight toward him. I fell for his trick. At this moment, he understood that this is the other party's ploy. Yuan Tao had planned it out well, feigning weakness and acting pitifully to convince the other party of his plight before going on to bribe the other party to divert his attention and last but not least, launching a sneak attack on him. The heck, do you need to be so shameless? So many students and esteemed figures are looking at them. Can you at least consider your own reputation? He felt a stifled sensation in his chest, but it was already too late for him to react. Narrowing his eyes, he felt an incredible strength surging at him. Before he could do anything, an excruciating pain spread through his face. He was sent flying out of the dueling ring immediately. Chapter 2:15. I've lost on the seats specially reserved for teachers. Wang Chao was seated upright on one of the seats with a haughty expression on his face. His presence felt like a spear which would pierce into the heavens. Seems like Zhang Xian is truly hopeless. Other people tend to send out their strongest member in the first match, so as to win the first battle and boost the morale of the team. Yet, he chose to send out this useless fellow at the very start. Is he admitting his defeat? Elder Hong Hao stroked his beard, excited by the sight before him. After Zhang Xian exposed the imitation ingredients used in his Hongtian pavilion, his business had been poor. The shop wasn't far from closing down, and he had been wanting to skin this fellow alive. If not for the fear that the academy would find out about the matter, leaving him unable to conduct his business at all, he would have long made a move on Zhang Xian. A fighter 1 Dan advanced realm lad against a fighter 3 Dan opponent. That's a completely one-sided battle. Wang Chao lifted his head up proudly and said, besides, Kong Jie has been practicing Iron Palm from young, granting him an outstanding offensive ability. On top of that, he belongs to the group of geniuses who utilize a style of frenzied offense. Once he begins, Yuan Tao probably won't even survive 10 breaths before flying out of the ring. A Jushi Realm Advanced Stage has around 90 kilograms of strength. On the other hand, a Jinshi Realm Primary Stage has around 300 kilograms of strength. That is a difference of threefold. I will be amazed if he can survive 3 breaths against such an opponent. Elder Hong Hao chuckled. Indeed, if Kong Jie gets serious from the start, that fellow will be destroyed in an instant. Wang Chao agreed. Seems like the first match is Lu Sun's. Of course. In fact, I think that Lu Laoshe will win all 5 matches. This time, Zhang Xian will be utterly humiliated. Elder Hong Hao harumphed coldly. The other party destroyed his source of income. Ever since then, he had been wanting to crush him. Thus, he specially looked for Lu Sun to initiate this matter. If not for his interference, it was unlikely that the teacher evaluation would occur. He has many methods up his sleeves to cause Zhang Xian's downfall. By all means, he wants to make him regret all he had done in Hongtian Pavilion. It started. Not knowing that the other party was thinking about all these, Wang Chao nodded his head before exclaiming. Wang Chao is extremely confident in Kong Jie. The previous day, he helped Lu Sun to mentor these students. Thus, he is well aware of how scary those 5 are despite their young age. A bunch of fellows who are at most Dantian realm wishes to triumph over them? Isn't this dreaming? Overjoyed at the opportunity to get back at Zhang Xian, he turned to look at the dueling ring, only to see the two students facing each other. Senior Kong, please go easy on me. The next moment, Yuan Tao's plea echoed in the air. Upon hearing those words, the duo nearly spurted a mouthful of saliva and laughed heartily. Yuan Tao's voice may not be loud, but they are both experts. With their sharp ears, they could hear his words clearly. To be afraid of the opponent even before the match, what's the point of competing? To instill fear in the enemy's troops before the fight, Lu Laoshir's students sure are incredible. Elder Hong Hao's eyes glowed. Did you see that? The highest realm of teaching a student is not for your student's fighting prowess to be impressive, but for his appearance to instill fear in the other students. This is called a true expert. This is the true might of a celebrity teacher. You, a mere low-level teacher, will never match up to him. From the looks of it, that fellow should admit his defeat. Ah. Hearing the conversation, Wang Chao nodded his head as well and commented. But halfway through his words, his voice ceased abruptly as though someone had grabbed onto his throat. For a moment, he seemed to be suffocating. What's wrong? Immersed in his delight, Elder Hong Hao hadn't paid much attention to the situation on the stage. At this moment, hearing the bizarre edge to the other party's tone, he immediately lifted his head to look at the dueling ring. With a single glance, he nearly spurted blood. Yuan Tao, whom they thought was doomed, stood in the dueling ring, patting the dust off his clothes, looking incredibly valiant on the stage. On the other hand, the powerful Kong Jie lied beneath the dueling ring. His eyes had turned white, and it was clear that he had fainted. What is going on? Being outside the dueling ring means instant disqualification. What had happened? Why, in the blink of an eye, that new Zhenqi realm genius who was about to display his full might would be suddenly lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. The competition did end in less than 3 breaths, as they have thought. But why did it end like this? Elder Hong Hao felt as though he was going mad. That fool. Stunned, Wang Chao roared. If he could, he would have slapped Kong Jie to death that instant. Given your superior offensive strength and cultivation, why did you chat with him? If you had just attacked him from the start, it wouldn't end up like this. Look at what has happened. Before you could even display your iron palm, you were already sent flying, pummeled to the point that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. You. Sneak attack. Despicable. Zhu Hong roared. Does anyone spar like that? Just an instant ago, you were talking about how you were going to admit defeat, but in the next, you sent a fist flying straight at the other party's face. Aren't you being too shameless? Where is your sportsmanship? However, watching this sight made Zhu Hong recall the incident when he delivered the war letter to Zhang Xian Laoshir's classroom, causing his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. It seems that, of the students under Zhang Laoshir, there isn't a single one who knows what sportsmanship is. Sneak attack? The duel has already begun. Anyone can make a move, so why would you call it sneak attack? I wouldn't mind even if he were to attack me. Ignoring the other party's chatter, Yuan Tao flung his sleeves, and with the disposition of an expert, he stared down at Kong Jie in disdain. He should blame himself for being weak. To be unable to even sustain a single hit of mine, how brittle can he be? Weak? No matter how strong one is, it is impossible for anyone to stand against such a sneak attack. To speak of sneak attack so righteously, how can you be so shameless? Hearing his brazen words, the spectators' mouths twitched. If other people were to win by sneak attack, they would be guilt-ridden. Yet, this fellow spoke of it so brazenly, as though it was the natural thing to do. The heck? Where's your dignity? Teacher, does this mean that it's my victory? With his hands behind his back, Yuan Tao turned to look at the refereeing teacher. It's your victory. The teacher turned to glance at Kong Jie, and judging from his state, it was unlikely that he could regain consciousness soon. Thus, he could only nod his head to Yuan Tao's words. After refereeing the freshman tournament for numerous years, this was the first time he met with such a matter. If one were to accuse Yuan Tao of sneak attack, the duel had already begun. In a sense, it is Kong Jie's fault for being distracted, so he can't blame another person for his loss. Yet, it is clearly not an ordinary battle. Seeing his first student being struck out of the dueling ring the moment he got up, giving away the victory that should have been his, Lu Xun nearly choked on his anger. He had spent an entire 3 million to purchase pills. Then, he spent an entire night, expending his zhenqi to help them achieve a breakthrough to zhenqi realm. But what did he receive? At the very least, you should have at least lasted for a while against the other party. If you can't match up to him, I would have just accepted it. Yet, without even making the slightest move, you were sent flying out of the ring. Lu Xun grabbed at his chest, and he felt his vision going gray. If not for his self-control, his body would have been convulsing now. Lu Laoshi, we've lost the first round. What should we do next? Zhu Hong asked worriedly. Emo Xiao, you're up next. Ignoring the constricted sensation in his heart, Lu Xun said. Yes. Emo Xiao nodded his head. Wielding his spear, he walked forward. Zheng Yang, you're up. After seeing who the other party sent out, Zhang Xian said. Zheng Yang nodded his head. Wielding a spear in his hands as well, he walked into the ring. The two friends were to face one another in the ring once more. Glancing at the returning Yuan Tao, Zhang Xian nodded his head in approval. It wasn't that he was approving Yuan Tao's sneak attack, just that Yuan Tao was a Jushi realm advanced stage, whereas his opponent was a Jinshi realm cultivator. The difference between them exceeded more than a single realm. No matter how powerful Yuan Tao's defensive and offensive abilities are, if he can't land a blow on the other party, it would just be talk. Yuan Tao knew that his speed was his weakness, thus he put on an act before attacking his enemy. Honestly speaking, Kong Jia couldn't blame his carelessness on anyone else. It's Emo Xiao. It will surely be a victory this round. Suppressing the disappointment from the first match downward, Wang Chao's eyes lit up upon seeing Emo Xiao stepping onto the stage. He is. Upon seeing the other party's confident declaration, Elder Hong Hao turned to look at Wang Chao with a peculiar expression. Emo Xiao specializes in spear art, and he was once my student. Wang Chao nodded his head. On top of being a Zhenqi realm cultivator, his comprehension of spearmanship is impressive. More importantly, I have imparted the Wang clan's spearmanship 3rd form, 7th form, and 18th form to him. Onset of the cold gleam, remnants of the setting sun, and the returning forest canary? Disbelief flashed through Elder Hong Hao's eyes. Even though these 3 moves aren't the strongest moves in Wang clan's spearmanship, they are nevertheless profound techniques and possess boundless might. You imparted such valuable spear techniques to him? The Wang clan spearmanship is known as the greatest secret spear art in Tianqian Kingdom, and there isn't a single spear user who doesn't wish to learn it. However, Wang Chong and Wang Chao never imparted these moves to any outsider. This is precisely the reason why the set of spear technique is becoming more and more valuable. Countless people are willing to do anything to lay their hands on it. Usually, learning a single move can mean that one will be invincible among peers of the same cultivation level. Yet, Emo Xiao had learned 3 moves at a single go, and furthermore, they are the more advanced moves. Indeed, that's the reason why Emo Xiao will definitely win. Not only did confidence reappear on Wang Chao's face, it even deepened as he spoke of Emo Xiao. It seemed as though the slight hiccup before doesn't affect the situation at all. However, it isn't a surprise either. Kong Jia isn't his student. While Wang Chao knew that he isn't weak, he isn't too clear of his personality whatsoever. But Emo Xiao is different. Having been under him, Wang Chao knows that Emo Xiao is resilient and headstrong. It is almost impossible for Zheng Yang to win through a sneak attack. More importantly, the latter had received this personal guidance, and his spearmanship has reached great heights. It would be difficult for him to lose even if he wants to. Wang Chao had also seen Zheng Yang's abilities when he visited him on the first day of school alongside Emo Xiao. His spear was feeble, and it didn't hold the sharp disposition that a spear user should have. Thus, he rejected him from his tutelage. In just half a month, it is impossible for a person like this to grow much stronger. As such, it is impossible for Zheng Yang to match up to Emo Xiao. A month with the stave, a year with the saber, and a lifetime with the spear. If one could improve their spearmanship so swiftly, the Wang clan wouldn't be proclaimed as the #1 spear clan in Tianqian Kingdom. Clearly, Lu Xun was aware of the fact as well. That's why he sent Emo Xiao up. He hoped for him to achieve a perfect victory and reverse the situation. Emo Xiao, we've met again. On the dueling platform, Zhang Yang placed his spear taut on the ground, with its tip facing the sky. Indeed, we've met again. Emo Xiao nodded his head, lifting his spear up as well. From young, the two of them had been good buddies. It was hard to imagine that they would meet on a dueling platform under such a situation. Let's start. Knowing that it would be difficult for his friend to make the first move, Zhang Yang said. Hold it for a moment. Allow me to warm up first. Emo Xiao shook his head. Retreating a few steps backward, the zhenqi in his body flurried, and he executed the 3 moves which he had learned from Wang Chao smoothly. Woo-woo-woo. The spear emitted shock waves in all directions, causing the spectators' hair to fly about. What is that fellow doing? If he displays the 3 spear art now, isn't he telling the other party that he knows the Wang clan's spearmanship? How will he fight if the other party is guarded against those 3 moves of his? Seeing how Emo Xiao didn't dive straight into the battle and instead display his spear art to warm up, Elder Hong Hao was perplexed. If one shows his trump cards before the battle, won't the other party be guarded against it? Hee, rest easy. Wang Chong chuckled. With a confident and proud look, he said, it is impossible for the Wang clan's spearmanship to be countered. These moves have long been out spreading all these years. Many people had attempted to imitate them, but no one succeeded in deciphering and countering them. Emo Xiao's actions are right. He is intentionally allowing the other party to see it so as to exert pressure on him. Afterward, he will bring the fame of the Wang clan's spearmanship to greater heights. That's perhaps so. Elder Hong Hao nodded his head. The Wang clan's spearmanship movements have been spread for many years, but without learning the underlying zhenqi circulation method, it is impossible to execute the move no matter how lifelike one's imitation is. More importantly, there isn't a counter for it. If it could be countered, Wang Chong wouldn't be that famous. On the dueling ring, Emo Xiao executed the 3 Wang clan spearmanship moves perfectly and thus concluded his warm-up. All right, he is probably going to show the prowess of the Wang clan spearmanship now. Wang Chao chuckled once more. He was about to compliment Emo Xiao further and watch Zhang Yang being beaten to a pulp when, dang lang, he saw Emo Xiao drop the spear in his hands onto the ground suddenly as he sighed. Even though I have reached Zhenqi realm, I am unable to match that spear of yours. I admit defeat. What? Wang Chao's body shook. The fight hasn't even started. Why are you admitting defeat? Even if one has to admit defeat, it should be the opponent. The heck? What's going on? Lu Sun, who stood on the opposite, staggered as well. He was on the verge of tears. Chapter 216. Exerting too much force for Lu Sun to have risen up through the ranks, his talents and skills weren't the only determining factors. More importantly was his attitude. Regardless of the challenges that he faces, he deals with them in a calm manner, not allowing pride to get in his way. Even though Zhang Xian's reputation is terrible, Lu Sun didn't underestimate him at all and made preparations in advance. Before deciding on the students to send for the duel, he investigated Zhang Xian's students in order to pick out the best combination to deal with and counter them. Based on his investigation, Zhang Yang grew up with Emo Xiao, and they practiced the spear together. However, the Emo Xiao's talents are obviously superior to Zhang Yang, and of the countless battle between the two, it had always been Emo Xiao's victory. This was precisely the reason why he poached Emo Xiao from his best friend, even having his friend impart him the Wang clan's spearmanship. He thought that this way, this battle would surely be his for the taking. But, before the battle even started, Emo Xiao had already thrown aside his spear and admitted defeat. Lu Sun felt his entire body tremble, and he was about to go crazy. Kong Jie fell for the other party's deception and got knocked out in a single punch. All right, I'll tolerate it. At most, just 600,000 of my gold coins, 3 million divided over 5 students, went to waste. But you, what is going on with you? I've seen many darn people, but I've never seen such a darn person. You clearly know the reason why I stayed up so late, just to help raise your strength, is to achieve victory in the teacher evaluation. Furthermore, I had spent so much money on you, yet you admitted defeat even before the fight. What's going on? 2 Zhenqi Realm students, The first one was sent flying by a single punch, while the second one admitted defeat without a fight? What is going on? Wang Chao and Lu Sun weren't the only ones who were in bewilderment over the happenings. The spectating students and teachers were baffled as well. When they saw Lu Laoshi bring a group of Zhenqi realm students over, all of them thought that it would be a one-sided match. Yet, the matches became truly one-sided but sided toward the other party. Actually, the crowd wasn't the only confused ones. Even the person in question, Zhang Xian, was unable to comprehend what was happening as well. When Emo Xiao and Jing Yang crossed blows with one another in the classroom, Zhang Xian was at Master Lu Chen's home, so he wasn't aware of it. Thus, he couldn't understand why Emo Xiao would admit defeat before the fight even started. The reason why I admitted defeat is that, a few days ago, the both of us participated in a private duel. With just a single move, Zhang Yang was able to defeat me. In fact, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to claim my life then. Before Zhao Ye and the others could tell Zhang Xian about the situation, Emo Zhao's voice suddenly rang from the stage. His voice was calm, and the slightest dismay or regret couldn't be heard. Rather, it sounded carefree. I had been pondering over the last few days on how I should counter his move. Initially, I thought that with a breakthrough to Zhenqi realm, I might be able to neutralize the technique. Thus, I tried it just now but realized that I still am not a match for him. The move which Zhang Yang had learned from Zhang Laoshi points straight toward the essence of the spear, and I'm afraid that even if I were to study it for my entire life, I still wouldn't be able to understand it, needless to say, withstand it. Since I know that I will be defeated with a single move, I might as well admit my defeat right away. At this, Emo Xiao clasped his fists and chuckled softly. Zhang Yang, you have a good teacher. You have to treasure him dearly. At which, Emo Xiao picked up his spear, turned around, and returned back to his seat. His voice echoed throughout the field, and almost everyone heard his words clearly. Emo Xiao said that he wouldn't be able to decipher and counter the move which Zhang Laoshi imparted Zhang Yang even if he were to devote his entire life to it. That's to say, his move is superior to even that of the Wang clan spearmanship? How is that possible? Since this is a duel, it is unlikely for him to lie. Otherwise, won't Lu Laoshi beat him to death? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The Wang clan spearmanship is simply too famous in Tianqian Kingdom. Many people are able to recognize it simply by looking at the moves. It is an indomitable existence in its field, representing the pinnacle of spear arts. Yet, Emo Xiao said that he isn't a match for the other party. Everyone was astounded. Looks like Zhang Xian Laoshi isn't as weak as the rumors put him out to be. On the contrary, it seems that he is a person of great means. Indeed, out of a total of 5 matches, he has won 2 of them consecutively. Will Lu Laoshi really lose here? Who knows? But I hope that Lu Laoshi will be able to make a comeback. Voices and heated discussions filled the surroundings. Lu Sun, who was on stage, was breathing heavily and his face was turning green. The heck, what is wrong with these students whom I have taught? No student should ever do their teacher in like that. Furthermore, what do you mean with your words? Zhang Yang has a good teacher. Do you not have a good teacher as well? I spent 3 million to buy pills for you, students, exerting my Jinqi to help raise your cultivations. Yet, this is all I get? Even though Lu Sun was infuriated, he knew that it wasn't the time to lash out. The moment he loses his temper, the prestige which he had built up over the years would immediately crumble. He scanned the students before him. There were still 3 of his students who had yet to fight yet. Bai Chao, Du Lei, and Zhu Hong. Bai Chao specializes in fist techniques, making him a tough opponent for Lu Yang, who had damaged his meridians in his right arm. Du Lei possesses impressive leg techniques. On top of that, Lu Sun had also imparted a formidable movement technique to him, granting him nimble movements, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Wang Ying, whose legs are injured. As for Zhu Hong, he will be facing Zhao Ye. After losing 2 rounds consecutively, Lu Sun has to win the next one. Otherwise, his reputation will be tarnished completely. Du Lei, you go up next. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to dispatch Du Lei. Based on his investigations, Wang Ying has a weak and gentle character. As long as Du Lei assaults her swiftly the moment the match starts, the latter will definitely be intimidated. Besides, The other party's legs had just recovered, and they are still weak. Even if Dulé were to be unable to win against her, he should be able to stand his own ground and rely on his movement technique to avert danger. At the very least, he will not suffer crushing defeats like the two before. Dulé nodded his head and walked up to the dueling ring. Wang Ying, seeing the other party had sent Dulé, Zhang Xian gestured for his own student to face her opponent. Wang Ying answered. With a slightly flushed face, she walked to the ring as well, by the spectator's stand. As expected of Lu Laoshi, even though he has lost 2 rounds consecutively, he has seen through Zhang Xian's weakness. Shun Bairu's eyebrows were deeply knitted together in worry. Weakness? What weakness? Han Xiong was perplexed. Wang Ying is the sole daughter of the clan head Wang Hong of the 4 great clans. She has a weak and innocent nature, and as such, trusts others too easily. Of Zhang Xian Laoshi's 5 students, she is the weakest link. Shun Bairu said, if that's really the case, then she is indeed Zhang Xian's weakness. Han Xiong nodded her head in agreement. To cultivate is to go against the heavens. Those who possess weak characters tend to be at a disadvantage when fighting with others. Not just so, Wang Ying was also injured when she was younger, leaving a disability in her legs. Even though she has no problem walking around, this flaw will show through the moment she fights. For this matter, clan head Wang Hong had invited numerous famous physicians in the kingdom to treat her. Even Master Yuan Yu had taken a look at her condition, but he was also at a loss on how to help her, having to return bitterly. Shin Bairu knew quite a bit of Wang Ying's matter, and she recounted them to Han Xiong. That's to say, with Wang Ying's legs, it is impossible for her to match up to Dulé. Han Xiong was astonished. She hadn't expected it to be such a situation. As for this Dulé, he was once Chen Hong Laoshi's student. Chen Hong Laoshi? The teacher who specializes in movement technique? Him. Of all of his students, Dulé possesses the greatest speed. Using such a person to deal with Wang Ying, it is clear that Lu Laoshi had done his homework. Shin Bairu shook his head. Seems like Wang Ying will lose. Please do guide me. On the stage, Wang Ying clasped her hands with a slightly reddened face. I don't dare to claim to be able to guide you. If you wish to fight, let's start now. Knowing that he shoulders a heavy responsibility, Dulé's feet pushed against the ground, and lowering his body, he charged straight toward Wang Ying. His movements were quick, as though a whizzing arrow. Fast. Is he really a Fighter 3 Dan cultivator? Even a Fighter 4 Dan Pigu Realm cultivator wouldn't possess a speed of his level. This move is called Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps. It is a famous technique belonging to Lu Laoshi. To think that Lu Laoshi would generously impart this move to his student. Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps? The greatest secret manual on movement techniques in Hongtian Academy? Isn't it considered one of the top techniques in Tianxin Kingdom? That's right. If I could learn this move, I would definitely be able to reign supreme among those of the same cultivation level. This Wang Ying is probably in for a tough fight. Many students had recognized Dulé's technique, and they were astounded. The Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps is a formidable technique, even when compared to the other profound movement techniques. Lu Laoshi had once relied on this movement technique to defeat numerous experts. No one had imagined that he would impart it to Dulé. Even though Dulé had only learned the fundamentals, this in itself is sufficient for him to defeat cultivators of the same realm. Not to mention, Wang Ying's legs are injured, and her cultivation is only at Dantian realm. Facing Dulé's swift charge, Wang Ying gritted her silver teeth, twisted, and dodged his assault. Hee, you might be able to evade my first attack, but how much more can you evade? Realizing that she had managed to dodge his rapid charge successfully, Dulé felt perplexed. However, he paid no further heed and sneered coldly. Driving the Jinqi in his body furiously, his speed grew faster and faster, and soon, blurred shadows started to appear around the ring. At the highest level, the Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps allows one to create 9 shadow clones. It is difficult for one to differentiate between the shadow clones and the true person, making it nigh impossible to evade its attacks. Even though Dulé was still far from producing 9 shadow clones, Now operating at his full strength, the afterimages he produced nevertheless made it difficult to discern his true position. Way too strong. Such amazing speed. I can't even see him. How can one fight against something like that? The mouths of the students twitched. Imagining themselves in Wang Ying's shoes, they could not help but shake their heads. Based on their level of strength, they weren't even able to see him. If so, how could they fight him? Seems like it's Du Lei's victory. Wang Chao laughed heartily. After having his face slapped for 2 consecutive times, he had already been traumatized within. But observing at Du Lei, he hadn't gotten deceived like Kong Jie, getting knocked out in an instant, and neither did he admit his defeat the moment he walks onto the stage. This made him feel reassured. It would be embarrassing if a Zhenqi realm cultivator loses against a Dantian realm little girl whose legs are injured. Indeed, given his incredible speed, even I myself would find it hard to defeat him if I were to lower my cultivation realm to fight with him. Needless to say, that young lass, Elder Hong Hao, stroked his beard and smiled. Look, that Wang Ying is going to make a move. Wang Chao glanced over and saw Wang Ying lift her right leg. Hesitation was obvious on her face, and she seemed to be uncertain on how she should attack. Haha, to deal with such a movement technique, one should rely on their hands instead. After all, one's hands are much more nimble than one's legs. Her legs are injured, and yet she still insists on using them. Such a fool, it would be a miracle if she can successfully land a kick on him. Sneering coldly, Wang Chao was in the midst of mocking Wang Ying when he saw the girl send a kicking toward a shadow before her. Pung! Before the ridiculing smile could fully form on his face, Wang Chao saw the afterimages come to an abrupt halt. Du Lei's face reddened, and he was sent flying a dozen meters, landing heavily onto the ground. He coughed mouthful after mouthful of blood. Du Lei, I'm sorry. I tried my best to control my strength, but I still ended up exerting too much force by mistake. Wang Ying panicked, and she hurriedly apologized. Her face was flushed red, and it seemed that she was on the verge of tears. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.